Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to have you back for day 3 of the Food 2.0 conference. I hope that the last 2 days were extremely eventful for everyone. Just like the previous 2 days, make sure you're using our hashtag, which is hashtag Food2Conf, for any live updates, tweets, or stories that you share to social media throughout the day. You saw us taking our photos. They'll be on there, and we're going to make sure to use that tweet or that hashtag. Now let's get the ball rolling with our first speaker session of the day. One of the oldest industries known to humankind, the agriculture world, must embrace new age tech tools to cater to increasing food demands, lower labor expenses, and minimize its environmental impact. This session spotlights the latest innovations which can lead to better yields and enhanced farm performance. It is titled More Crop Per Drop, Increasing Profitability and Sustainability with Advanced Farming Technologies. Please give a round of applause to the speaker, Thomas Smitherman, who is the CEO and Chief Greens Officer of Hammock Greens and the silver sponsor for the Food 2.0 conference. Welcome him to the stage.
Good morning, everybody. So the kind of the start to this is more crop per drop. And, you know, the agriculture industry is no different than any other industry. We want to make it bigger, better, stronger, faster. And that translates to every industry you can think of. Kitchens want more meals coming out. Restaurants want more seats at the table. Show business wants more content to get out there. Every industry wants to figure out how to get more production out of what they have. And agriculture is right there with it. The difference for us, though, is there's a lot of pieces that are out of the control. You know, farmers for years have been trying to figure out ways to manage light, water, weather, land, and it's only been in the last decade that we've started to truly manage the climate capacities for it, the variables that go into making crops not necessarily faster, but get better and greater yields out of it. And those are the pieces that technology is starting to kind of take us that path. The path and the direction for this ends up being we get limited to what we can do, but they've tried different ways to achieve the same objectives. But when we get to it, it gets down to creating profitabilities through efficiencies as well as proficiencies. For agriculture, technology's kind of not visited that industry very much. Really, since the refrigerated rail car, and take a moment to think when that was. We got refrigeration in the 30s and 40s. The refrigerated rail car was kind of around that same time. The technology towards food, agriculture, and the production thereof wasn't about getting it bigger, better, stronger, faster. It was about getting it to market. And all the different ways that that's happened, whether it's refrigeration, packaging, and using chemical enhancements, whether that be gassing or stabilizing the product to get to market. Only in the most recent years have we started taking technology and applying it in different ways. Over the last years, it's CEA, Controlled Environment Agriculture, has came to fashion. And that's to feed this growing planet and growing population that we currently have. How are we going to do that? Well, GMOs, genetically modified foods, kind of got a little bit of a bad rap because most crops in some form have a seed that's been GMO'd. And when we talk about that, grape growers have taken rootstock and graft on another type of grape on top of that to not take so long to generate new crop. Is that genetically modifying it? There's an argument there. But it doesn't always end up in a negative result. The negative result of a GMO modified food is how will at that core structure, molecular structure, how does that affect the consumption of it? And there's a couple of crops out there, we're going to remain nameless, that have done it and kind of hurt us a little bit. But for the most part, it's taken a wrong direction. And is that really implementing technology, or is that still just kind of changing a little bit of what we're trying to do? The direction for technology that is now taking us is how we've been able to do more inside. The lighting that we use now today isn't even close. I have 5-year-old farms that I'm trying to get new lighting technology in now, because how bright, how energy efficient it can be, and it changes now I am starting to grow bigger and better because the brilliance of the lighting is able to increase crop yield. Water we're not making more water at this point, but we can do a lot to it. We can clean it better. We can take out pathogens. We can take out undesirables. We can also add. By adding, there's 3 basic elements to most fertilizers, and by adding those basic elements in the right mixture at various times throughout the crop cycle, we are growing bigger, better, stronger, faster. Now it comes down to the trick and this is where technology starts to get really sexy. For years, we've had the ability to read the waters, and we can easily tell you the temperature of the water. We can easily tell you the acidic content through a pH reading. Hell, you can do that in pools, right? But the only way to measure nutrients has been what's called electric conductivity, EC. The problem with reading just one reading like that, electric conductivity, is that you don't get to truly see what's in the water. Now, through new technologies that are being developed as we speak, we're getting ourselves into a position where we can monitor the water and tell you exact down to the nutrients of potassium, nitrates, nitrogen, and phosphates as to what's in the water, live, all the time. We've had the ability to take that water, ship it off to a lab, get it and come back, but folks, that takes a long time. By that time, half my crop cycle's over. I didn't gain anything. The collaboration I'm currently working with the University of Florida, with a couple other container farm manufacturers, and also an up-and-coming startup called Invonics, we're now looking at meters that are being built that will read each one of those items individually, and we're able to then adjust at the time to increase a little potassium at the right time, a little nitrogen at the right time. And that will then not necessarily make it faster, but we're going to increase our yields and measurements, not like 5 and 10%, but we could be talking about yields increasing up to 20 and 30%. Now let's go back to reflect to those other industries. Doesn't showbiz, what would showbiz do if they could increase content 20 to 30%? What is every kitchen now is trying to figure out how to get a ghost kitchen in to increase meals coming out at 20 to 30% out of the same place. Well, that's where we would be. And that's the first time that's been able to be. One of the struggles with not being in a controlled environment is that I have a family farm where my cousin farms in Rushville, Indiana. And I asked him, I said, so what crop are you planting at what time? He goes, well, we have a window of about a week and a half to seed 300 acres. Let that sink in for a minute. And if it rains a little bit too much and the soils aren't just right, he doesn't plant. And I was like, I kind of said, well, so what do you do? And I grew up on a farm, so what do you do? Tom, we just skipped that cycle. We have to wait. My heart fell on the floor. I was like, wow. You can't just start it up again? You can't wait 2 weeks? No, because then it bumps off the next crop cycle. I have a luxury where my farming works more like a bakery model. I very much shared the Monrovia Bakery as well as the La Rose Bakery, where I put ingredients in and it comes back out. And I get to control every aspect of it. It's like a spa for plants. I get to control air temperature, which air temperature then allows me to control how long it can stay at a certain point. I also get to control CO2 emissions, which will help me increase crop size. I can control lighting, where now my crop cycle, maybe I'm trying to push it a little bit more and we start growing from 12 hours to 18 hours, 22 hours, depending upon where it is at what point in the growth life cycle of the plant. We're now also taking in the next phase of the technology and starting to put it in place throughout the throughout the life cycle of the plant, where at the very early age of what would be germination up to seedling, it only needs X amount of light, it only needs certain temperatures, and then for the next 2 weeks of its life cycle, it would increase with light and coolness, and then at the end of its life cycle, we can change the nutrients to move it up and increase it through potassium and nitrogen and gain an additional 15 to 20% of growth at the last 2 to 3 weeks of its life cycle. My cousin Tom Mahan in Indiana can't do that. So I'm kind of spoiled by that. So the technology allows us to give a lot more monitoring as to what we can do exactly with the life cycle of the plant. But with technology, hey, wait, there's more. The technology allows us, my good man Neil, can you run that again? Just let it ride. The technology now allows us to put it anywhere. I first got into container farming thinking that I would eventually move into a building. Listen, you're going to drag me kicking and screaming out of the modules, out of the containers now. I can't imagine what it would be like when you start talking to places like AeroFarm and Bowery and such. Those are some of the larger indoor grow places. They have to cool, CO2, buildings bigger than this, to maintain that. Wow, that's tough. And then what about the fact if a pest does get in? Well, how much does that have to cover? You see those folks, and they're working in there like they're working in an operating room. The cleanliness, the sterility, to maintain every little aspect of it. Well, okay, we have to have those same policies in place. We had a conversation yesterday about food safety and protocols, and I'm very much an advocate for it. That being said, if I have an issue on one farm, it doesn't hit me on all my farms. One container, I can isolate it, I can manage it. If I have an issue with a certain crop in one farm, I can isolate it, I can manage it. That's what the technology allows me to do now. We're in South Florida. Well, South Florida is a pretty happy area for agriculture. We have a lot of sun, we get a lot of rain. We do have a grow season which is opposite that of the northern growing season. However, there is a downtime. Well, not for me. Again, I go back to I'm more like a bakery model. Ingredients go in, my product comes out. And it comes out where I harvest twice a week, every week, for the whole year. So there's a consistency to what I can do, and there is the ability to put this hyper local. Wind, water, sand, and surf, doesn't matter. We can put this anywhere, and we do. On the slides at one point you saw some of the places where we have co-locations, and we're going to have more co-locations. And when you start thinking of this application, well then the mind just goes. Yeah, we can put it in Minnesota where there's snow. Actually, it's very popular in the Rust Belt, where Ithaca, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, it's kind of where I got the idea because I watched some of these guys get some money, and then they went into these old factories and started putting greenhouses on top. Where else can it go? Have you seen a lot of island nations with thriving farms? Not really. Well, now not only can we start putting them in island nations for the people, but for commerce and tourism. You know, we have co-locations at a resort. We look to have, we're starting to have conversations with the Prime Minister of, not Prime Minister, excuse me, the Secretary of Agriculture at Jamaica. If we're able to establish 4 to 12 farms, well, now that the capacity that starts having, every one container farm grows 4 acres of food. Every one container farm grows 4 acres of food. If you had a chance to enjoy our colleagues' presentation at the beginning of the week, if you ate on a plant-based diet, 3 acres, 2 acres, fed 14 people or families. The math just starts going. And again, it's year-round all the time. The technology allows us to get us hyper-local. And how does that affect the climate change? Well, you're still running on power, Smitherman. Well, hopefully not for long. We spoke about the advances of solar technology. That's going to come into play here. Farmers have been trying to work the energy of the sun for a long time. Now, hopefully, we're going to be able to work the energy of the sun and become energy farmers as well. And that really does just completely erase the carbon footprint. I use approximately 2 gallons of water a day for what would be 4 acres. 2 gallons of water a day for what would be 4 acres. We're not making any more water, but we recycle it. We're able to drip through, keep it in our reservoir tank, and cycle it through again. Solar, if we're able to capture that, and it's not like the energy use is tremendous now. One container farm for us in Florida our energy bill runs about $350 a month, which is that of a mid-size home. Excuse me? Per container. Per container. One container per month, about $350, give or take. Maybe a little more in the summer. Most of that, it splits about 50-50 from climate control to lighting, as far as how that energy bill gets split up. But that has with it being a nominal amount, that has the ability to be solared. Now, the challenges, and my good friend, the distiller in the back, said earlier that the question was arise: can we get solar to be moved forward in technology? I believe it will be, and I believe it will be very quickly. There's great minds trying to figure that out now. I haven't taken that path yet because I'm still trying to figure this out. But I think that the direction will be through battery application as well, and trying to make that more cost efficient. But that's coming. That's easily coming. So as technology starts to take away all the challenges that agriculture's had, we have the ability to manage the water, the nutrients that the plants get. We have the ability to manage the lighting, what the sun gives us. And then at the last part, we have the ability to put this where we want it to be. We have started our world in a place called Overtown, which is in Miami. Overtown is a economically deprived area. It's filled with black and brown people and always has been. It is a historically a black community with a lot of pride. It's very similar. It's often referred to as the Harlem of the South. When the days of Lucille Ball and Frank Sinatra and such were entertaining and enjoying themselves at Fontainebleau on South Beach, the musicians that played for them would often come back to Overtown because they weren't allowed to stay there. So there was a vibrant community that was diminished as a highway was built through it. There's a revitalization that's going on there. And it is a revitalization, it's not a regentrification. And we have ambitions to be able to bring manufacturing back to the urban environment. And that's one of our biggest challenges right now, is every hydroponic farmer I employ, I have to build. It's pretty challenging to run an ad in the paper and try and get one. Just about everybody here can run an ad in the paper for a person they're looking to hire. You need a line cook. You need a salesperson. You need somebody in social media now. That's a thriving job. As we have to build these people, we've now started another incubation project on the property called Right Now for Today. Right Now for Today is a vocational training program as well as a food bank. This was something that COVID brought to us, because as I was struggling, as we all were struggling to try and figure out the next move during COVID. As I spoke to financing, every time that came out, I said, "Oh, everything looks great if you're only a nonprofit." About the fourth time I heard that, I was like, "So you're telling me I need to have a nonprofit?" We started one. It's on its way. We have our first apprentice program starting in Overtown for hydroponic farming in July. We hope for that to scale and be able to move forward with that as well. But my point to that is, now everywhere that Hammock Greens goes, not only inside Miami or inside Florida, we're having conversations as we've just achieved a relationship with Cisco, and the idea, again, spawned out of COVID to not circumvent the distribution chain and this food supply chain, but insert ourselves into it. The number one way that this technology affects climate change isn't necessarily the farming practices, but it's because of the locality. Again, bringing it back into the marketplace. Let's go back to the refrigerator rail car. They've been trying, the infamous they've been trying to be able to stabilize and transport it. Well, 80% of the greens are grown in Yuma and Central Valley of California, Yuma, Arizona. That's trucked everywhere. That's the emissions. That's the carbon footprint. That's the part that, and then of course, let's not escape the nutritional value with that too. So it's being trucked across, harvested, and folks, most foods, they're not made to go get cut off from their life support and then be trucked for the first 7 to 10 days. Everybody agrees how wonderful it is to get that fresh farm. Well, let's put the farms in the towns. Let's put the farms right in the towns. Let's grow there. Our crops now aren't just leafy greens. We're growing carrots, radishes, soon to have mushrooms. Right behind that, we're going to do strawberries. And my partner's sitting at the table, and he doesn't know it, but we're also going to start doing beekeeping and honey. That relationship with FreshPoint, though, now allows us, in the ambition, to be able to, everywhere that there's a FreshPoint or a Cisco warehouse, we're able to establish an agri-tech park that will have shipping containers with farms inside of them, a nonprofit providing vocational training, trying to start developing the farmer inside the urban and also manufacturing inside the urban population. Where the food needs to be eaten is where it should be grown. So when we talk about what technology has done, we grow bigger, better, stronger, faster. We grow where we want, when we want. And this absolutely affects not just the consumers, but it also affects the all facets of the food chain, meaning the restaurants, the chefs, and where it can be. I got about 7 minutes here. Any questions from the audience at this point? Yes, please.
What does it cost to convert a shipping container into a farm?
A lot of money. Right. No, I appreciate it. So the path that we do, I'd like to say that I'm not a shipping container farm manufacturer, and that I'm a hot rodder. I bought, and I'm going to answer your question, but it's going to go through a path here. I bought the first one new, and I kind of paid. I feel like I overpaid to begin with, and that overpayment was kind of my tuition, right? Now that'll help teach me how to do it. And then every one after that, I buy used. I buy the containers used, so at a much more reduced rate. So because I have the knowledge I have, I'm able to go in and like a hot rodder, I strip it out, I add this, and I make it go faster, and here we go. So you notice the investment model. The way that we have and I'm sorry, I wanted to hit this one real quick. This is what I think will be in the future. We'll have clusters of farms stacked upon each other, and now there's also a conversation being had that's possibly providing housing in this as well. $200,000 is what it would cost to get it in place in 90 days, cash flow positive. And I say that's kind of if I do it, because my learning curve's already gone and my compliance is already in place. So you can get them for less. I doubt that you will not spend the money I'm talking about, though. So because you're going to have a learning curve to get through. Did I get there with that question?
I have two shipping containers that I'm getting out of. They were storage for our business. We moved to a bigger business. That's coming in my presentation in about 5 minutes. So we've got two shipping containers that I was going to just turn around and sell or try and figure out what to do with. One of the things that we wanted to do was do a food bank. So we were going to offer it up to a food bank so that they could have that. They could have their refrigerated. One of the shipping containers is refrigerated, so I was going to offer them that to have their cold storage. But this, to me, sounds a lot better use of my shipping containers than turning them into storage.
The equipment on the installation and equipment and such runs depending upon how customizable you are and what crops you want to grow, because again, I'm growing different crops, and there's most of the manufacturers out there right now are making these so that you can grow green leafy vegetables. As I mentioned, the different things I'm doing, each one really does depend on that. It depends on the interior build out depends on the crop I grow. And with that interior build out and the crop I grow, there's a scale portion of this too. Meaning, if you're going to do it to where you do all facets, germination, seedling, and come to full harvest, you won't be able to get the yields that I get because I have modularized what I do, and so I do all germinations for all the farms in one. I do, in the farms that I'm growing green leafy vegetables, I go from nose to tail. I make it very difficult for anybody to work in there. They tell me all the time, but I get more crop out of it. So there's some challenges with it. It has to be you need the insulation though, so it would have to be a refrigerated container. Anyone else? Please. She's running up to you.
Yes, I know that there's a lot of news right now about the microbiome that's in the soil and how plants work with the microbiome that's in the soil in a collaborative fashion to, draw minerals that the plant needs and then kind of reestablish the soil. And I've also heard the soils are dying all over the world because of the way farming is being done right now. Is there any focus in your process here on introducing those same kind of naturally found microbiome flora in the soil into your hydroponics?
The short answer is no. But I want to kind of walk through your, kind of unpack your question, because you spoke about conventional farming. I want to be real clear that as I speak about the future, that I am not faulting agribusiness. That there's a lot of brethren out there that are trying to feed a hungry world. All right, it's going to take currently we grow crops backwards. In earlier conversations, we talked about farm subsidies. We've talked about local crop getting to market. A major challenge is the direction of what crops should be grown commodity-wise is being directed to them, not just by market, but by government direction. And once that crop is grown, i.e. soy, corn, wheat, et cetera, how that crop gets to market and where that market is, whether it's domestic or international, kind of affirms what's going to be grown. And then lastly to that little part of it is that crops are, then it's pushed to the food producers to figure out what to do with that crop. You know, at one point, Joe spoke about how the prison institutions get fed better and more nutritious meals than the schools do. Well, because the direction of agriculture was to farm soy, they figured out how to make soy burgers long before Beyond Meat. And that was a fact put in place because the crop was grown. So, but back to your idea of the diminishment of soils. I have a lot of ability to control the water of what happens to the plants. So I can fine tune it down to just the very, micro dosing of what goes in the water. Because of that, it also works as a double-edged sword. Because everything we do is harnessed on the water, and that's what provides all the nutrition, if we miss that, we can damage it very quickly. So, and on average, the plant's life cycle will react 7 days after say the pH got too high. Well, we can adjust the pH correctly. You can't readjust it and get it back right. But if you just get it back to right, 7 days later, the plant will recover. In soil is very forgiving. So because soil acts as the grow medium, if you have a drought, it provides the right amount. If you have a flood, it provides the right amount. It becomes very forgiving. But how well we treat the soil in agriculture is very important. Crop cycles fall where you'll put in a crop and then you'll put in a crop behind it that you will harvest and then turn into the soil to add nutrients back in organically. That is not a newer practice. That's a practice that is being encouraged more and more as opposed to the chemical fertilizers of the past or straight putting nitrogen into the ground or potassiums because of what is now being understood in the tech side of what microbial benefits or reactions happen. I don't want to speak on behalf of the conventional farmers that are out there that are trying to do it right, because they are shepherds to the land. That's where their world is, and that's what they have to kind of work with. I can tell you this: farmers don't want the soil to be diminished. They don't want to take away from the earth. They want the earth to be whole and be able to provide out of that. So the toxification of soils really comes from the herbicides and pesticides. That's the challenge, the overwhelming challenge that they have that's out of their control, and that's what they have to combat it with. they are working towards trying to figure out how to use natural pestilence, but if I have an aphid problem, which is a pest that bothers green leafy vegetables, I in turn loose ladybugs into the farm, but I'm contained. So they don't eat my plants, they only eat the aphids, and they kind of crop cycle through just like a crop does. I know that there are vineyards and other crops that use ladybugs, but I mean, they can't use them as long as I do, they fly away. So it's a challenge that I know that is of great interest of how to maintain and shepherd the soil. I would hate to say that farmers are doing the bad thing to it, of not providing to it, but I think that they want to. Anyone else? Yes, please.
So, I don't know if this is on. Can you hear me okay?
I
So
hear
to
you.
address your question and as well as your response, which I think is great, thank you. I think there's a pressure on farmers. So I grew up on a grain and beef cattle farm in North Dakota, way more years now than I care to admit, but, and watching my dad struggles even in the 70s, trying to do rotation to enrich the soil. He was one of the few at the time that was winning conservation awards for that type of practice. But, now you look at farming in North Dakota, and there's a financial driver there that I don't think we can underestimate. And so I think that, saying that the farmers are trying, I think many of them still are. I mean, my dad's long since retired now, but, they have that drive too of, we need to get the yields, we need to make a living. And as farm equipment goes up, as putting a crop in the ground, the costs go up for that too. That is an influence that, that is real with that. And so hearing your presentation today, so thank you very much for that. I think that this really opens up a lot of opportunities. I think also in thinking about it, in the question about the microbiome, so, I'm trained as a biochemist and a clinical pharmacologist, and I've worked in chronic diseases for 35 years. And then now have switched over to focus on nutrition and food choices for not only overall health, but sustainability. And yes, the microbiome is a very important issue in the soil with that. But hearing your discussion today, there's a lot of things that we could also do in regions of the world where there are nutritional deficiencies, where the soil is not going to be able to recover in a time frame that allows for overall health. You're able to do that. And yes, it takes some refinement and it's going to take some experimentation there, but I would encourage you to, not only partner with everyone within the food and agricultural industry, but think about the partnerships in healthcare, because I think that's really where the future is going to be as far as addressing some of those things and being able to leverage these new technologies and techniques.
Thank you. And I believe that what we're learning, the way to help the farmer, the conventional farmer, is through irrigation, correct irrigation, and being able to, which is expensive. When you start talking about large farms and trying to irrigate large farms, I mean, the way that they irrigate right now, and I'm kind of speaking to the choir, is through large canals. Well, surface water is a challenge to work with. So the mechanization for years for farmers took them from multi-farm hand farms to single farm hands. Hence, you mentioned the equipment. I don't want to make it sound like technology has abandoned it, but it was always more towards bigger mechanization. And that bigger mechanization was really became a financial tool and a financial play. When you speak specifically to technology to the food, the technology to the food can help tremendously, but there'll be an initial upfront expense that to get the farms correctly irrigated to be able to not just increase crop yield, but to not take from the earth, but to give back to the earth. I think that kind of meant it. And then I couldn't agree with you more. I kind of breezed over the nutritional side of this, but everything that I strive to do is to grow pesticide-free, herbicide-free. I mean, folks, those are poisons. and I try to deliver a live product. So the shelf life, meaning with the root ball still intact on the plant. By doing that, my shelf life is tremendous. If my plants are able to go into refrigeration with the root ball on, you can easily get 2 weeks before you need to use it. There's that factor. The idea of nutrition from a live plant is, I don't have the numbers to give it to you exactly, but the nutritional value of a live plant next to a harvested plant is upwards of 60 to 70%. And for those of you who are in the audience, and I speak of this with food production, I have a history of, my background, as I was a graduate of the Culinary Institute of America, I worked for some of the old great chefs, Daniel Boulud, David Boulez, Jean-Louis Paladin, and the food was different for what is being out there today. Not better, not worse, different. Most cuisines, French, Chinese, Italian, were born out of poverty, and you learned how to make the food right. That being said, if those old men were able to get what the availability of what's here today, it would be amazing. Microgreens, to me, has replaced chopped parsley on the plate. The part that no one really knows, and I bet my new scientist friend knows, the microgreen is the best, highest nutritional value you can have. It has upwards of 40% more nutrients than any plant you could put on the plate. 40% more, that's not an exaggeration. If you think about it with that sprouting effect and where the nutrients is in the sprout, think of it as almost like the same tremendous nutritional value that stem cells have. It's right at that birth point, right when it's coming out. So it couldn't be more. Anyone else? Because I'm way over on time. I appreciate everyone's attention. We're available. I'd love to chat with all of you. I have enjoyed the Food 2.0 conference. I think being able to be next to innovators and listen to everyone has been fantastic, and it's been a real honor to speak to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Moving on to our next session, which gives you a glimpse into the new normal of the food and beverage retail, acknowledging the shift between traditional stores to the e-commerce platforms. The speaker will elaborate on emerging food shopping trends and discuss ways through which food and beverage retailers can keep up with the evolving consumer demands while staying profitable. This session is titled Adapting to the New Normal in Food and Beverage and Retail. I would like to invite to the stage Jason Greenwood, the owner and head distiller at Divine Distillers. Welcome, Jason.
Hello? No. Just give it a second. Hello? Anyone? Am I good now? Am I good now? There? All right. So, I don't know if everyone, I think I know absolutely everyone in this room, which is kind of nice. I'm not very good at presenting, so we're going to go this the first time. Most of you might recognize that picture from Dr. Strangelove, which is kind of where I got the title. Let's see if this works. Nope. It's not going forward. Nope, definitely not me. That's me. There we go. An introduction, I put a QR code in the presentation this time around so that everyone could QR code me if you want to. Just figured that would make more sense. So an introduction. Now I would click again to go to the next bit, which is who I am. My name is Jason Greenwood. I own Divine Distillers until 7 a.m. this morning. My wife was with us at this conference. Her name is Janelle Ives. About 4 years ago, we started Divine Distillers and then if we click again, we go to, what have we done? We started 4 years ago with a tiny investment. We put in $36,000 into a business. We thought it would just be a thing that we would do for fun, and no, go back. There we go. And since then, Divine Distillers has won 27 international awards. We've won awards across the spectrum on distilled spirits, and we have expanded to now 6 companies. And I'll talk a little bit about this. We've started off with just distilled spirits, and now we do everything that a human being drinks, which is kind of cool. Now we go to the next slide. Our original tagline is the essence of Oregon, and I'm going to go through the Divine Distillers model of where we made money, where we thought we were going to make money, and where we're actually growing. So we click. The first one is tradition and innovation, and that was something that was near and dear to my heart, which is, I guess I'm not going to need this since I can't click through. Everything was made from scratch. We wanted to do everything from the Willamette Valley. We live in the Willamette Valley. It's very agricultural center, and we had grown up all over the world. I've lived in 20 different countries. I've lived all over Latin America, all over Europe, and we wanted to have some of the traditions of the distillers of the world, and we wanted to bring farm to table and farm to glass spirits. So that was our original thought. We wanted to combine all those old traditions and do them in a new way. We had technology. My wife and I have a science background. I have an economics and political background, and we just have an ability to take the traditions and do them in new ways. So we would click again. The other thing that we want to do is we wanted to highlight the community essence. So in Oregon, I think you are all familiar, Oregon is very, very well known for its beer. It's very well known for its fruit and for its wine, for its cheeses and everything that is produced in the farms. Kind of like California, we're very farm-oriented. And then click again. But then came the part that we're going to talk about the most in this conversation, which is problems become products. So we've taken a whole lot of problems that have hit us in the 4 years that we've been in existence, and we've turned them into products. We have seen problems that exist in our local communities, like whey is a huge resource hog. People, dairy farmers, when they produce cheese, they have this whey left over. They have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to get rid of the whey because it's toxic. We've turned whey into vodka. The pumice that wineries produce, that's after they've squeezed all the grapes and they're left over with all the grapes, we've turned that into grappa. The fruit leftovers that farms don't want to deal with because they can't sell it at farmers markets because it's not as pretty. They're the seconds, the thirds, even the fourths of the fruit. We turn that into brandy. And we click again. So again, we are handcrafted, hyper-local. That means we source absolutely everything except for our agave, our tequila sourced from Mexico. But everything else is sourced within 27 miles of our business, which is pretty impressive when you consider that in the last year we have produced over 60,000 gallons of product, sourcing probably about 140,000 gallons of fermented product. So that is all within 27 miles of where we exist. And we click again. This is an example of agriculture in Oregon. So 97% of farms are family owned, so we're helping the community. The Willamette Valley, which is, I Now I need this thing because I need the laser. We are right in this small little area of the Willamette Valley, so we are right in the center of everything. The Willamette Valley is the most productive valley in Oregon. All right, and we click again. So this gives us an example, and I'll get to the challenges in just a second, but I'm going to go through what we do. We do a full life cycle of the production, so we're very innovative in what we do. Most people do the apple to brandy, but then they don't take the pumice, the apple pumice, and feed it to a cow. We have relationships because we have relationships with the cow farms, because we have relationships with the pig farms in the area. We take all our waste product and it feeds an animal. From that cow then turns around and makes cheese, and then the leftovers of the cheese is turned into whey, which we then turn into vodka. So you can't get, it's much more than just a simple life cycle. We are using and reusing other people's wastes and turning it into products. So that's the very first problem that we've turned into a product. We do this for several other products. So we click again. So now I'm going to talk about our other problems that we've had. So like I said, in 2018, we opened up in 400 square feet. You'll see this is a really tiny little space, and we had a whole lot of space in that little tiny space. And we click again. This is that space at the end of 2018. Same exact space. We were absolutely overrun in that space. We had no more space. We were putting stuff up in the rafters. We had pulleys to take stuff up and down because we were trying to use every last vertical inch. So we moved to a larger space. Click. Now we have a 2,000 square foot space. We have a whole lot of space again. And then by early 2020, we have this space over here. Click. So that space was taken up entirely by fermenters. Part of this is what I'm going to talk about with what happened with COVID. So just so that you're aware, COVID helped us grow. Not necessarily something we wanted to do, but COVID definitely helped us grow. And we click again. 2020 had, nope, too far. Back one. There we go. 2020 had its own challenges. We know, no. Hey, now it's working. Hold on, go back. Go back, please. I think I'm actually clicking through. All right, so 2020 had this. I think you all know what that is. COVID came and did a wonderful thing for us. It made us the only distillery in Oregon, or one of the very few distilleries in Oregon who can actually produce sanitizer. A lot of distilleries in Oregon did not know how to produce sanitizer, so we were the very first. We started producing sanitizer. When we did produce sanitizer, it was illegal for us to produce sanitizer. The federal government did not let consumers produce sanitizer. They did change the law later, but when we were doing it, we were breaking the law, and we said, come after us, we don't care. We wanted to help people, so we started doing sanitizer. The other thing that led to is an incredible demand for our sanitizer. Just so that everyone here is aware, we did not charge for our sanitizer. We gave away 300,000 gallons worth of sanitizer. We had relationships with wineries throughout the state that were, thanks. Thank you. We had relationships, this is where I get emotional, with over 100 wineries in the state. We had relationships with breweries. We had relationships with cider houses. They would all bring us. We had trucking companies that were going down to Southern Oregon to pick up wine, to bring it back so that we could turn it into sanitizer. We had a towing company that had PPP money that didn't have anything to do because there were no cars on the road, that was just volunteering to go to Eastern Oregon to pick up beer and bring it to us so that we could distill it. So we had this network of businesses that had nothing because of COVID. We had nothing because of COVID, and all of a sudden we had a reason. We had a reason to exist, and we were the only ones that were able to do it. So we started producing sanitizer. Over here, you'll see this is one of our trucks that I bought, a truck specifically for this. So it's a 20-foot box truck, and it will contain up to 3,000 gallons of liquid, and we were going out and getting 3,000 gallons of liquid almost every single day to different parts of Oregon, pumping them through and then putting them through our stills. One of the things that we learned through all of this was that all the fermenters in Oregon were not producing enough fermented liquid to feed the sanitizer need in the state. So we're not producing anything that we drink anymore. All the stuff that we wanted to do was just gone. We were just producing sanitizer. But what we learned is that we learned how to do continuous distillation. So we were running through our stills. Our stills were running 24 hours a day. Most of the time, you only see continuous distillation in very, very large distilleries. Jack Daniel's has continuous distillation. We were and are still the smallest continuous distillation in operation in the country. But not only that, we learned how to do continuous fermentation, and we are one of the very few people in the world that do continuous fermentation. These were things that were not available, that didn't exist. Someone had done a paper back in the 70s about how to do continuous fermentation, and we learned how to do it from that paper, and we were producing enough to start feeding our need for sanitizer. So we're not doing anything that we want to drink yet, but we were helping the people. Let's see, now I can do that. Then come our next challenges, which are the supply chain woes. And everyone's familiar with what's going on here. We're all very familiar about what's going on. We realized that we were one of the few people who didn't have to deal with this because we were getting everything local. The only thing that we weren't getting local were our bottles. So we started going out, we went to China, this is back in 2019, we went to China and we ordered a shipping container's worth of bottles. We luckily haven't had to go over that shipping container's worth of bottles, and we're able to keep ahead of that. But we're one of the few people who actually hasn't had a disruption in their supply chain. The only thing that we don't get local, aside from our agave, is our bottles. But what the supply chain has taught us is that everything has to be local. We can't be going out to Russia. We can't be going out to the Ukraine for our raw ingredients. We know that. We've had so many problems with getting things from eastern U.S. to here because we had a trucker crisis. We had the trains. So we have learned that we need to get things local. The other challenges that we see coming up, we're trying to tackle already. One of them, from climate change, we're trying to capture the carbon footprint that we create. So we're creating an algae farm so that all the CO2 that is produced from our fermentation goes through the algae farm that produces algae. That algae can then be eaten by cows that produce less methane when they eat the algae. So we're at the forefront of that. We're trying to recoup all the waste that we have. Currently, our waste is the water that we use to cool down our stills and the CO2. That's it. We're looking at doing a cyclic system so that we can cool everything down using a cooling system. That way that water won't go down, and we're looking at capturing our carbon dioxide excess. So both of those things. The other thing that happens, and that goes to us and who we are as a company. If any of you remember the wildfires that we had in California, in Oregon a year and a half ago. California has them every year, so I can't go about California, but Oregon a year and a half had really, really bad wildfires, and all the wineries had horrible smoke taint to their wine. They were going to dump hundreds of thousands of gallons. We took 130,000 gallons from different wineries throughout the state of Oregon and turned it into brandy, which gives us a wonderful smoke tainted brandy. So now that smoke taint, it comes off really well in a brandy, whereas it doesn't come off very well in a wine. So we've made more partnerships with other wineries that now don't have to throw away hundreds of thousands of gallons of wine. They now have a resource for where they can go when that doesn't work. Because we have that, we've also made relationships with breweries that when they make a batch that doesn't work, we'll take it and we'll turn it into whiskey. So we've done that with multiple different wine producers. That leads us to the fact that we're now expanding. We've now gone into, so at the very beginning of this presentation, you saw we were in 469 square feet. In January of this year, we moved into a 15,000 square foot location. We've got about an acre's worth of land, and we've since purchased the Mount Angel Soda Company, the Mount Angel Brewing Company, 1859 Cider, and started Divine Wines. All of these things are companies that were going under. Well, not Divine Wines, we're just starting it. But the other three are companies that were going under that we helped rescue because we want to help a business that is local. They were going to go completely under. We offered them a space to continue doing what they were doing. After a few months, this happened to each of those. After a few months, they said, "No, you guys have the right vision. We want out. If you want to continue our brand, you can continue our brand." So for each of those, we basically picked them up and are continuing brands that have been around for a long time. But now we have a nice large space where we can do all of that. This also allows us to do something we call vertical diversification. We have all the supply chain problems. Then we go into the fact that, I like this picture. It's just really kind of cool that supply chain optimization is not that easy. It's really, really not. We're trying to do way too much, but it's worth it. You guys remember this picture. So now one of the things and people always ask me, well, why are you doing all this? Well, we started off with this picture. This was the dream of what we really wanted to do, but we realized wine, cider, soda, and beer fit inside this section. So right now, we make all of these products, wine, soda, beer, cider, all of those products are made before we make our distilled spirit. So instead of having our distillery make these products, we now have each individual one of those companies make the product and sell the finished product to the distillery. They don't sell the entire finished product, they sell a portion of it. We turn that around and turn it into a product. So first we make a soda. The soda then first we make a cider. This one's the easy one. We make a cider. The cider gets sold to the distillery. So we make 1,000 gallons of cider. We take 200 gallons of cider, sell it as cider, and take the other 800 gallons and turn it into distilled spirits. And now we have 2 different product lines without any extra work from us. So we're now making the interim product and selling the interim product on the way. It allows us to capitalize on a larger spectrum that's a lot easier to get interim product into grocery stores than it is to get final product into grocery stores. We get a foothold with the interim product and we can get in with the final product. One of the reasons why we wanted to do distilled spirits was because of the extremely long shelf life. Once you make a distilled spirit, it is a distilled spirit. It will stay in a bottle. It will never go old. You have that. That was one of the things that we loved about distilled spirits. But now we have an interim product that we can also sell that is also of value. So if we look here, we started off with just making spirits and bitters. That's what we have here. Then we realized that what we really wanted to do was make canned cocktails. If anyone wants to try the Devil's Ass, we have some right there on the table, and I'm happy to share. So the Devil's Ass is a Moscow Mule-like product. And so we started off with our spirits and bitters. We went to canned cocktails, and then we realized that we could make flavors and sodas from what we were already creating. So we started doing those, and then we started doing wines and ciders. And if you see here, we've got those two together. So now we've got all of these products that we're selling. We had a tasting room, and we're now turning that into a bar, a full-on bar. And that leads me to my friend here, who has his own farm of shipping containers, and now I have this space in this new location. And one of the things that we want to do is produce our own microgreens and our own food for the bar, for the restaurant. We have always been producing our own herbs and spices for our drinks, but now we want to be able to produce everything from start to finish. We have relationships with the local farmers so that we can get beef for our restaurant. We have relationship with the local pig farmers so that we can get pork for our restaurants, and we have relationships with the wineries, the cideries, and the breweries in the area so we can get everything coming into our location and be local and be able to produce more for the local environment. We can produce in our bar and restaurant something that has no sources that are outside the Willamette Valley, which I think is a lot of it's very special. It gets a lot of the challenges out. So we're trying to get as much as we can sourced as close as we can. And there I have now 2 QR codes. Well, one on the bottom goes to me, the one on the top goes to my business if you want to QR code them. And if you have any questions, I've got about 7 minutes left, and that went faster than I thought. Yes, sir.
First off, I just want to say that the level of innovation and ability to do continuous distilling and pivot that quickly as a food scientist is incredible. So I just want to recognize that is really, really amazing that you guys were able to do that. My question is kind of two-part. One is, how did you guys come up with the idea for turning whey into vodka? I've never heard of that. And then have you guys looked at trying to either put trade secrets or patents on that process to help keep that advantage?
So we are the first distillery in the world to do so. There are a couple of distilleries that have done it for milk, but we are the first distillery to do whey into vodka. We weren't the ones who came up with the idea. We were the ones who were crazy enough to follow through with the idea. TMK Creamery, a creamery in Canby, was looking for a way of dealing with their whey. Way too many ways. But they were looking for a way to get rid of their whey. Most large dairies turn it into whey protein and then sell it on the market as a dry protein. It's cost ineffective for a small farm. They were also looking to do something innovative. So they reached out to us and said, would you be willing to do this? We spent a few weeks, we looked at it. We found out how much lactose is actually in whey at the end of the cheese processing. It's about 2% sugar. So it's very, very low. But the cows produce a lot of whey. So it's we're producing a whole lot and then, for very little. And if you think about beer being 4% and the beer that's produced to make whiskey being about 6 or 7%, you really realize how bad the numbers work. But when you're considering that whey is free, and to us, that works really well. When you consider the fact that they're having to pay to get rid of their whey, and now they don't have to pay to get rid of the whey because they were turning it into a product. So they're saving money, and then we're doing that. So between TMK Creamery, us, we found a professor at Oregon State University who was interested in doing this. He's a distillation professor. So between the three of us, we got a hold and talked to the FDA, to the USDA, and the USDA helped us develop a yeast that would eat lactose. So we found a yeast that would eat lactose. There is exactly one yeast strain in world that eats lactose. And if you feed it anything other than lactose, it stops eating lactose. So you have to be very, very particular about how you grow it. You have to be very particular about how you use it. So we started off with doing it that way. The USDA gave us it's a little vial about that size of the yeast that they developed. And then we grew it and grew it up so that we could start doing this. Since then, we have actually developed an enzyme to break the lactose down into sucrose, which is so much easier to ferment. Anything can ferment it. It makes our lives much easier. The enzyme costs about a third what the yeast cost, so we are now doing it the really, really easy way. We started off doing it the really, really hard way. We're now doing it, we can have a 1,000-gallon batch of whey, throw in the enzyme, it's done its work within 24 hours, and then we can ferment it with a regular cheap yeast. Or it doesn't work for whey just simply because of where we're doing it, but a lot of times that kind of stuff will just ferment naturally. But at 2%, we want to be very careful. That's a segue. I do a lot of natural fermentation for almost all our products, so we're not buying yeast throughout almost anything. The only products that we don't do natural yeast for are strawberries, because natural yeast on strawberries tastes disgusting, and for the whey. Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay, I'll just go quick. There are actually several vodkas from New Zealand that are made from whey. It's not.
Is it from whey or for cheese?
What's that?
From whey or from milk?
From whey.
Okay.
Yeah. Two that come to mind: a brand called Broken Shed Vodka and a brand called VDK 6100, both from New Zealand. That, for some reason, New Zealand vodka producers use whey quite a bit.
They were the very first to do milk, so that doesn't surprise me. But
Yeah.
when I had looked up, they had not done.
Right. But that's actually my question. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
My question is, do you?
Thank you.
Yeah, do you sell your products? Forgive me, because I'm also in the business. You'll hear in a few minutes when I speak. It's good timing, by the way. Do you sell all your products at your distillery? Do you have any other route to market, or is everything sold right there?
So we started off selling our products just in our distillery. We had just started going into California and New York in March of 2020. You can figure out how well that worked. So we're now just starting to sell our products again. No, we have not. We're selling them just in the distillery, just from our tasting room. We have now 2 tasting rooms, one in Salem, which is where we started, and one in Independence, which is where this new location is. We have not started online yet, no. So we're very tiny. That answer? Yeah. And thank you for letting me know. I'd like to look them up, because we have a lot to share.
I have 2 questions. One is kind of curious, your annual sales, I guess going back 12 months, and then what's your forecast for the rest of the year? My second question is, I'm curious about your algae farm to offset your carbon, and do you have any numbers about, what impact that actually does have based on, your electricity usage and so on?
Okay, so to answer the second part, we don't have any numbers yet because we are just starting the algae farm. We hope that algae farm is up and running by the end of this year. We didn't have the space for it in our old location. It's just part of coming into the new location when we start fermenting, so that's going to be coming up. We'll be running the algae farm. We are in talks with a group from Australia who started doing this, so that we can get better, so we don't start from zero. So we are going to be starting that, I'm hoping, for this summer. So I can get you better numbers at the end of the year is what I hope. For our energy, we are looking to put a solar roof on our entire facility. So that's 14,000 square feet of solar, which should, if we've done the numbers right, produce more electricity than we actually consume in a year. And as far as sales, we did $200,000 worth of sales last year in 2021. We were doing $20,000 worth of sales in 2018. So that's the growth that we've had with COVID. We're hoping that now that COVID restrictions are lifting and I can go out and start selling more, that will change and grow exponentially, but we don't know. Anyone else? Nope. Okay. Well, thank you very much for listening to me and putting up with me, and it's been great here. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Now we would like to move toward our awards and recognition program. To do its bit for the industry, the Food 2.0 conference will spotlight the unparalleled contributions of changemakers throughout this next session. The awards will be presented by Jason Marcellus, who is the VP of Digital Product Management for the Credit One Bank. Welcome, Jason, to the stage. Our first award is for Roy Danis, Food 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award. Congratulations, Roy. Brian Dawson for Food 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award. Sorry. Cynthia Salawaz Aday, Food 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award. Joshua Fink, Food 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award. Keith Bearden for Food 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award. Savage, Food 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award. These next few names are not in the room with us, but they are joining us remotely, so we want to make sure that we recognize them here today. Alex Holt, Food 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award. Bridget Ludy, Food 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award. Diego Miraviaggio for Food 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award. Congratulations, Diego. Kaylee Lynn Parton for Food 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award. Neil Bedigal for Food 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award. Nick Libertor for Food 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award. Maria Jose Palacio, Food 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award. Miran Anvi, Food 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award. Isaac Hamlin for Better Blend, Food 2.0 Best Companies Award. And this next award winner we actually have a video from. This is going to be Diane Newsombaum, Food 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award.
Thank you today for this amazing Food Point 2 organization recognizing my very long baking career. I actually have a master's degree in education, and I worked as a reading specialist for 10 years. However, after living in Naples, Italy for 2 years, I discovered my love for food, baking, cooking, and eating well. So on my return, I started my baking career with the inspiration of Julia Child and Jacques Pépin, and soon it became my passion. I started working with many different pastry chefs over the years, both professionally and educationally, but it was really my very dedicated staff and hardworking people around me who helped us to develop our amazing bakery's outstanding reputation. I'd like to thank my longtime head baker and friend, Tony Washington and Anthony Albano, and the others who were instrumental in helping us to make our bakery have the reputation that it has had over all of these years. We've won many awards, such as Best of Philly for our cheesecakes, our tarts, our pastries, and most recently, we've won the Hall of Fame for our amazing wedding cakes. We also pride ourselves on providing delicious, wonderful, and beautiful cakes which pay attention to many people's food allergies. So we provide gluten-free, soy-free, vegan, dairy-free, and any other needed food-related problems in our products. We love talking to our brides and helping them to develop a cake that is very special for them. So we make people happy with our product, and that makes me very happy. So thanks again for this amazing award, and I hope in future years I'll be able to be present at your conferences because it just seems like such a fantastic group of people who will be here. Thank you again.
Anup Singh for Food 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award.
Let me just double check because you just handed it to me.
All right, on behalf of our team, I want to congratulate all of our award winners, and I thank Jason for being here with us today. We are going to take a short coffee break, and I'll see you all back in 30 minutes.
I have a story for you.
Ingenuity,
to the Food 2.0 conference sponsored by Hammock Greens. I hope you had some time to refresh yourself because we have a lot more knowledge-packed sessions coming up. The next session is a very special one on the topic Competing Among Giants. How to break through the clutter, outsmart your competition, and build your brand. Rising levels of advertising competition have made it increasingly difficult to attract and hold consumers' attention and to establish strong memory traces for the brand. This session will elaborate on common communication strategies to break through the competitive clutter. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Roy Danis, the president and CEO of Conch Brands LLC, who will share their take on the subject. Welcome, Roy.
Can you hear me? I don't feel like the microphone's on, but it is on. Okay, there we go. So when I run a liquor company, when I got asked to speak at this conference, it was my first time getting approached by anyone at 2.0, and I said, "Well, what's the conference about?" They said, "Well, it's food, it's health." And I said, well, liquor is neither. So I'm not really sure why they asked me to speak, but as I started thinking about it, and they said, you know, they were looking for kind of distinctive presentations regarding marketing-related issues as well. So I said, okay, and I started to put together a presentation about what the agenda says, which is cross-marketing, cross-promotional marketing. Well, as I started to write that topic, I started to morph it into something else, which I thought would be more interesting to the crowd. So there are elements of that cross-promotional marketing, which is written in the agenda, but it led to a different space, which I think is more interesting about being a small company and a small player competing against multinationals and the behemoths in your industry. And how do you do that successfully to cut through the clutter and grow your business or grow your brands? Just a quick show of hands. I know there aren't that many people in this room, but do any of you have a bit of that entrepreneurial spirit, or are you in something that's more entrepreneurial, maybe smaller by industry size, or you're thinking about maybe getting into that kind of space? Okay, so, oh, wow, it's a pretty good percentage of the crowd. Well, then I think you'll find this hopefully interesting, or at least relevant to what you might be thinking about getting into in the near future. Okay, so how do I advance this? Oh, sorry. So again, I own and run a small liquor company called Conecuh Brands. Conecuh, the name is not that relevant to anyone or consumer-facing, but Conecuh is a region in Alabama one of our brands originated from, so we kind of kept that in the company's name. It's southern Alabama, south of Montgomery. There's an area called the Conecuh Ridge of Alabama, and we adopted that as the company name. So I run this company called Conecuh Brands, and one of our largest brands is that bottle on the far right corner there you see called Clyde Mays, named for a moonshiner from Alabama, and we acquired the trademark and built the brand. Oh, you know it. Okay. Great. Thank you, Jason. And by the way, great timing for presentations. Jason talked about distilling. I'm going to talk more about the marketing of liquor brands. So, and that was purely coincidental. We didn't stage that. So thank you for going before me. So we created this brand around this real life person, Clyde Mays, and in fact, discussed it with his family, and his grandson with the same name actually works for us today. He's our young brand ambassador. But as a startup, and we started this company about 7 years ago, just to give you a sense of who we're competing against in the liquor business. And Jason, who's going to branch out beyond Oregon, is going to find this like a big stick in the eye real soon, I'm sure. So Diageo, the largest liquor company in the world, did last year about $17 billion in sales. They have hundreds of brands. Crown Royal is one of their largest brands. You see that on the slide. Pernod Ricard out of France, almost $12 billion last year in sales. Chivas Regal, you've all heard of that brand, I'm sure, one of their largest brands. Constellation Brands, which is a US-based company, actually out of Rochester, New York, Canandaigua, New York, did about $9 billion. They own the US distribution rights to Corona beer and Modelo, and they own liquor brands called Svedka Vodka, and they own Miami Pinot Noir and wine brands, et cetera. Brown-Forman, another US-based company out of Louisville, Kentucky, over $4 billion. They own the brand Jack Daniels. So this is what I'm up against 6, 7 years ago when I wanted to start this business. And you can imagine how daunting that is. I said, how the heck am I going to compete against these multinationals that do this kind of business with such established brands and have such recognition among consumers? It's virtually impossible. And by the way, they can outspend you 50 to 1, 100 to 1 with their A&P budgets. But we figured out how to do it. And that's what I'm going to really talk to you about this morning. And we did it, I think, successfully because we've grown this business, our little company called Connecticut Brands, over the last 7 years. We'll do about, I guess, we're not doing billions, we're doing in the millions. We'll do, $16, $18 million this year in revenue. But that's, for a small company from zero in 7 years is a pretty good growth trend. These are our brands for the most part. The Clyde Mays portfolio, it's an American whiskey portfolio. The bottle in the middle, that green label, is an Irish whiskey brand called McConnell's Irish Whiskey. And then to the far right is our tequila brand called Prospero Tequila, 100% agave tequila imported from Mexico, of course. We created these brands, all of these. We didn't acquire them. We acquired the trademark for Clyde Mays, but we created all the others. We created Clyde Mays. We just had a trademark, and we built the brand around it. So from nothing to where we are now, it's been a pretty respectable effort despite the enormous competition. So how do you do this and cut through, and how do you create brands in a very crowded category with tremendous money behind these other competitors? Well, the first thing you do, and I'm going to outline 5 things that I think are important to take note of when you're starting a business or a brand. Number 1, play to your strength. Think about what you're really good at and try to do it to the best of your ability, because that's where your skills and your abilities supposedly are. If that's what you think you do better than others, you have to do it. You have to put all your efforts behind that. One of the things we think we do better than even the big folks is in design, package design. Some people have accused me of, Roy, are you sure you're not in the design business, or are you in the liquor business? But we take our packaging very, very seriously, and everything we create to attract consumer attention is done proprietary in-house. And we've looked at our branding versus these large competitors, and we think we do it as well, if not better than most of them. A lot of big companies don't spend the time and attention on these kind of details when it comes to package design. And if you don't have a huge ad budget, the first experience your consumer is going to have with your brand is how you look and feel. They'll see your product on a shelf or on a back bar, and that's what's going to grab their attention. So if you can't tell your story or grab their attention through your labeling or your package, you've lost the consumer. So again, if you don't have huge budgets, you better be able to tell as much as your brand story on your packaging. We've won numerous awards for our packaging, and I believe more than many of our competitors have, and that's what's helped get us recognized a bit. Our American whiskey portfolio, for example, is very distinctive and unique. We work with materials that no other brands that we've seen out there. For instance, I don't know if you can see that black and gray bottle in the middle. That's actually a metallized label that we figure out a way to heat it up, bend it and affix it to a glass bottle. No one's taken that kind of time and attention. They're expensive to do, but again, it causes you to stand out. That bottle on the far right is our Clyde Mays cask strength Kentucky bourbon, and that label is made out of wood, believe it or not. I haven't seen another label like it in the industry, whether Diageo, Pernod, nobody's doing that. And how we did that was when you go to the printing company, actually, that created this label, it looked like a lumber supply store because there were shards of wood all over the place, shaved down very, very thin, moistened, and then again affixed to the label and imprinted first, then affixed to the label. A distinctive bottle, and all those items have sold out very quickly, and they're not cheap. That's a $200 bottle of bourbon on the far right and a $150 bottle in the middle. We use interesting graphics and colors. The Clyde Mays, the second label from the left, that red label, was in honor of the University of Alabama. That's the same font color as the Crimson Tide of Alabama. Any University of Alabama fans in the room? Usually I get more boos when I say that than yays. I guess people hate a winner all the time. But, it's, again, a unique color and graphic on a label. Sorry. So, number two, how do you break through the clutter? Second thing you do is you write a better brand story. We believe, and this is just a paragraph from our website, we believe we have a fascinating story in every bottle. All of our premium spirits in our portfolio have one thing in common. They're built around authentic stories, rich with intrigue, charisma, and layers of unique flavors. So you got to have a powerful brand story. Whatever your business you're in, whatever brand you're creating, if you want to break through the clutter and stand out, you better say something about your brand that is authentic, real, and compelling. And if you do that, consumers will become very attracted to your story, your brand, and lead to sales. And that's how you stand out among these large competitors. And I'm just give you an example of what we've done. I told you that we acquired the trademark to the Clyde Mays brand. We created the brand after acquiring the trademark. Clyde May was a real person. So again, we have an authentic story about a real person who used to moonshine. Back in the 50s, 60s, 70s, he went off to World War II. He served in the South Pacific, came back as a decorated war hero, a Purple Heart, Bronze Medal of Valor. So we had all the ingredients for what we thought was a compelling story. And then what did he do? He went, after the war, he moonshined. He had 8 children. He had to support his family. And that was his way of doing it. So you might say, well, what was wrong with that? Well, the government had thought that was a lot wrong with that. You're not paying taxes. You're selling liquor across state lines, which he did. He sold from Alabama to Florida, which is a quote-unquote bootlegging. He probably wasn't reporting his income. There was a lot of things wrong with that. Anyway, the law finally caught up with him in 1970. He got arrested for tax evasion, moonshining, and all of the bit. And he went to jail. He actually served 8 months in a federal penitentiary. And when he came out, what did he do? Went right back to moonshining. He passed away in 1990. So when we learned about this story of Clyde, we all said, this should be on a label. This is not make-believe. And I met with their lawyers and his lawyers who defended him in court. I met with his family members, his children. So we created a story from this man's life. And we'll just show you a little, let's see if this comes on.
What's the secret of Clyde Mays whiskey? Maybe it's the high-quality ingredients and notes of dried apple that give it its smooth Alabama-style flavor. Or maybe it's not something, but someone, a family man, who did things the right way, whether he was caring for his kin or crafting his whiskey. So, perhaps the secret in every sip of Clyde Mays whiskey is Clyde May himself.
So that story, which we encapsulate into a 30-second TV spot, because we run it on now as promotion. Every graphic you saw there, his paperwork, you saw his bookkeeping, all his handwriting. We had all these artifacts, and we wanted to let consumers know that we had his recipe. This is a real story, and we put it on the brand, and I think that became very compelling. That brand is now available in the 7 short years we've had it in all 50 states. I'm talking Alaska to Florida, Maine to Hawaii, and now we export it in about a dozen countries. So it's the story is resonating. I'm sorry, let me go back. Our Irish whiskey, again, we created this brand. It's a bespoke bottle, meaning it's a proprietary mold and a unique glass. There was a basic story here that we uncovered. We didn't create this brand, but we recreated it. What I mean by that is we uncovered a trademark that had been dormant for 90 years in Ireland. We went over there and heard about a production facility and a distillery that had been burnt down and closed. And we explored it further, and we found out that the McConnell's Irish Whiskey trademark was dormant, and we could acquire it. So we did, and we resurrected the story, and we did some research. This is the oldest Irish whiskey brand in Northern Ireland. It was literally started by two brothers, John and James McConnell, from in 1776. And we found evidence it would have been in the United States in as early as 1902. How do we know that? We found a retail ad on the front page of the San Francisco Chronicle newspaper for McConnell's Irish Whiskey, 1 quart bottle, 95 cents. That's before metric sizes were even introduced into America. So we said, gee, there's another great story. This is the oldest Irish whiskey brand, been basically dormant. What happened was it had continued in business right up through the late 20s, 1920s. And what happened in the United States at that time? Prohibition. Prohibition basically stopped short any Irish whiskey productions that were going on in Ireland because the U.S. was the biggest market for Irish whiskey. So dozens, if not hundreds, of distilleries actually started closing down in the 20s and early 30s in Ireland because of U.S. prohibition. So that prohibition saddled with fires at the distillery. McConnell's closed up officially in the early 1950s. So we've resurrected this brand. If you go in on the internet, you could see an old image of the bottle, and we resurrected this bottle to look somewhat like it did back in the 1900s when it was in the United States. That's the brand story. Again, another very authentic, real story, giving the brand credibility and authenticity. And let me show you the story we put together. Again, this you could see. I don't know if anyone or any hockey fans out there, but we run this on the NHL network sometimes. But I'm going to show you the story as narrated by a gentleman by the name of Tim Murphy. That name ring a bell to anyone? Tim Murphy is a character actor from Ireland, most famous for appearing on the TV series Sons of Anarchy. I don't know if any Sons of Anarchy fans out here. He just did a movie actually with Bruce Willis over the summer. I think when you see his face, you'll say, oh, I know that guy, but you didn't know his name. So let me tell you the McConnell story. I'll let Tim Murphy tell you it.
I have a story for you. Not just any story, the best kind of story. A comeback story. There was a time when Irish whiskey was the most popular spirit in the world, and this was one of the oldest and most celebrated of them all, John and James McConnell's. But then disaster struck. It was the largest fire Belfast had ever seen. 500,000 gallons of McConnell's whiskey went up in flames that day. Things were good for a while, until disaster struck again. Prohibition in America wiped out 90% of all Irish whiskies, McConnell's among them, until now. Presenting the newest name in Irish whiskey, a legend reborn after 90 long years. Quite possibly the greatest comeback in the history of whiskey. Some things are worth waiting for.
So I don't know about you all, but I would buy anything he's selling. I love the accent. He's just he's a sweetheart of a man, I tell you. He's acting as our U.S. brand ambassador now. And the brand's doing very well. It's the 18th largest selling Irish whiskey in America today after only its second year in the United States. So there are thousands or hundreds or maybe thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people in the United States with the last name McConnell's. So we did a direct mail piece. We mailed out to everyone. If you can buy these lists of everyone in America named McConnell's, and we sent a direct mail piece talking about their namesake now on a bottle of Irish whiskey, and our business has been going through the roof. It's been really kind of exciting to see. So our tequila, also another great brand story, but I'm bringing this up now for a bit of a different reason why and how you can cut through the clutter. We talked about the first two. Do what you do right, do what you do good, and for us, it's package design. Secondly, build a great story. Thirdly, establish a real point of difference. Do something that's a little bit more distinctive than others. Be distinctive. So we have created a very unique positioning for our tequila, which no other tequila brand in America or anywhere in the world, frankly, has done. What did we do differently to be distinctive? We market this brand to women, almost exclusively. Our tagline is tequila that embodies the power of the female spirit. A little play on words there, and I'll explain that in a second why we did that. Anyone recognize, I'm sure you're not going to recognize the woman on the left, but that is a woman by the name of Stella Anguiano. She's our master distiller in Mexico. How many women in Mexico you think have risen to the level of master distiller, which is an acclaim that you get with only great proficiency and accomplishments? She's been making tequila in Mexico for 30 years. In all of Mexico, there's hundreds of distilleries. I think 2 are women, led by women. So when we started talking with her about making this brand for us, it just occurred to me. I said, "What are you?" And I was so in awe of this woman in a very somewhat, chauvinistic country at times. We all have, I guess most countries have gone through that. She has broken through the glass ceiling, and she has risen to the top of her profession, an incredibly accomplished distiller. I said, why don't we start targeting more women to invite them into the tequila space? I know I'm looking around the room, and I think I'm a lot older than most of you in the room, but I remember, and maybe some of you do too, that tequila was always the frat boy kind of brand and category, and they did shots, and we all have a bad drinking experience that we remember from tequila. Well, it's changed dramatically, thankfully. There's a lot more elegance to the category now. More and more women are coming in and feeling a little more comfortable in the space, and tequila has a lot of attributes that appeal to women, I think, more than men, perhaps. It's one of the lowest caloric spirits. It's made from a plant. Several diets will say it's okay to drink tequila, but don't drink other things because, coming from a plant, I know the keto diet, endorses tequila. Supposedly it's one of the few spirit brands or categories that won't give you a headache. It's not a sedative, et cetera, et cetera. So I think because there's more cocktail drinking now, less shot drinking, if you know what I mean, I think more and more women are comfortable in the space. And the number one cocktail in America today is what? Any idea? The number one cocktail in America. You go survey every bar in America. What's the number one cocktail people serve? There you go, margaritas. Whether it's a Mexican restaurant or an Italian restaurant, the margarita is the number one cocktail. So there's a lot of women drinking that, as well as men, but more and more women are drinking tequila in restaurants, and not in terms of shots or not in terms of getting drunk. They enjoy the elegance and the taste profile now, and it's very mixable spirit, lower calories perhaps, so more and more women are drinking. But the woman on the right, do you recognize her, anyone? The name is right there, so that's Rita Ora. She is an acclaimed international British pop star, singer, songwriter, actor. Show of hands, how many people have heard of Rita Ora? Okay, that's a pretty good amount. I didn't know her when I first met her. I was introduced to her, and she drinks tequila and very accomplished in her field. Young woman, 31 years old, just had her birthday was in November, 31. And I said, look, we're a small company. I'm going to be marketing this product towards women. Are you interested in working with us? I said, you could partner with our master distiller, also a woman, different cultural backgrounds, obviously. Rita's from Britain, from England, Stella from Mexico. Rita doesn't speak a word of Spanish. Stella doesn't speak a word of English. It's true. But we've got them together, and they've collaborated on helping bring this brand to market. And Rita's social media following, which is in the 20, 30 million range, we thought she could really amplify the noise level. Noise, I say that not in a negative way, meaning amplify the brand story and noise and to her followers and elsewhere. What a great way to bring this brand to the female audience. So we did this just 3 years ago, and it's available in probably about 45 states, and it's one of the fastest growing tequila brands in a lot of export markets. Tequila is primarily a North American phenomenon, but it's growing around the world. This is one of the best selling tequila brands in Australia right now, for that matter. I think I have a short video on how Stella and Rita have worked together to bring women into the space. Let's see if we can bring this up. Again, tequila that embodies the power of the female spirit. This TV spot I'm going to show you appeared on Lifetime channel here in the United States and several TV networks beyond that.
Ingenuity, patience, passion, marks of a woman's spirit. Prospero Tequila, where complexity meets clarity and art meets craft. Where standing up for other women meets sitting at a table full of men. Prospero Tequila, made by hand, made by heart. That's a woman's spirit, and Prospero Tequila was made with it.
So again, be distinctive if you want to break through the clutter. I don't know any other brands of tequila, or even for that matter, too many other categories of spirits that are targeting women as overtly as we are. We're not suggesting it's not for men, but we want to invite more women into the space, and we think this brand is the brand to do it with Rita and Stella's help. Fourth way of cutting through the clutter, make a better product. I know it sounds simple, but it's so difficult and expensive to really do it the right way. It's time consuming. You know, we could produce our Clyde Mays brand, for instance, in the middle of that picture. We could bottle it, we could distill it, we could ask Jason to make our whiskey, and 6 months later we could put it in a bottle and start marketing it. But why wouldn't we do that? 6-month-old whiskey, and Jason will tell you as a distiller, is not going to taste very good. It's not going to be that robust in flavor. It won't have a long finish. Why? It's not aged enough. You need time to sit in a barrel and extract the tannins from the wood and just mature over time. But that's what you do if you want to cut corners. And believe me, there's a lot of whiskeys out on the market that are young, too young for consumption, in my opinion. They'll be out there for 6 months to 2 years just because demand is so high right now. People want to jump on the bandwagon. They don't want to miss the opportunity, strike while they aren't as hot. If I age my whiskey, I'm tying up cash, and I got to go out right now while the consumers are interested. But we take a different approach. We want to put out the best quality product we can, so our whiskey is aged 5 years before it touches a consumer palate. And we think it makes a much better tasting product. Now, is that expensive? We started laying down whiskey when we bought the trademark for Clyde. And it is. You got to buy the whiskey, you got to make it 5 years ago, and then hold on to it, and you don't realize a nickel of profit until you start commercializing it, until you start selling it, and that's a long wait for a lot of startups. But we had our desire was to make the best possible product for that price point, and we've done that. We've gotten numerous accolades on our Irish whiskey. That's a 92 rating from what's called the Ultimate Spirits Challenge. They're an industry review organization. Our tequila, we got 97 points from Wine Enthusiast magazine. It was the top 100 spirit in 2019. So we're making great products, and we're not charging exorbitant. They're all premium priced, ultra premium priced, but there's a good price-value relationship, we believe, with our products. Just show you, I'm sorry, lastly, the last way to be distinctive and break through the clutter and compete with these multinationals is you have to execute flawlessly on everything you do. And that involves social media, promotions, marketing. You've got to be very strategic, but also tactical. We did some things that weren't very expensive. We did them in regional markets like we're the official whiskey of Talladega in Alabama. That's a big venue where they do NASCAR races twice a year, 2 weekends a year in April and October, nationally televised. We get a lot of play from that. We're the lead on the sports report every night on the CBS channel down south. We're a quick 20-second blurb about our product. Let's see if I can bring some of this up.
The speed, the crashes, and the chase of the checkered. Watch Fast Times at Dega this Saturday at 6:30, only on CBS 42.
Clyde Mays Whiskey, the preferred spirit, Talladega Super Speedway.
So just little tactical things like this to get the brand recognized.
Show your spirit, crafted by Clyde Mays, the official state spirit of Alabama.
That is true, by the way. We are the official state spirit. There's not another state in the country that has an official whiskey or spirit brand. And we lobbied the state, this is another thing we did, because Clyde May, while a moonshiner and a convicted felon, all true, was also a war hero. He served his country heroically, and we wanted him to be recognized for that. And the state legislature signed a proclamation naming Clyde Mays Whiskey as the official state spirit. The governor wouldn't sign it. This was back in 2004, right before we bought the trademark. And they wouldn't sign it because they didn't want to honor a convicted felon. But we didn't need the governor. They didn't need the governor's vote at the time. The state legislature could, the Senate and the House of Alabama could vote it in, and they did to honor the man. So executing flawlessly also involves a good amount of social media with the right people, with the right message. We're building a distillery in Troy, Alabama. And we had a groundbreaking in January, and look who we got to come, Governor Kay Ivey. She's the governor of the state of Alabama. And then she went on to talk about it in her social media. I'm glad to have taken part in today's groundbreaking ceremony for Clyde Mays, new whiskey distillery in Troy. Project includes rack houses, bottling, tasting center for tourists. I appreciate the company's almost $14 million investment and commitment to rural Alabama. She's from rural Alabama, so this distillery project really resonated with her. But when the governor of a state gets behind your brand, that's like gold. That's pretty good social media news. We also use, as I said, Rita's social media feed because she's got a lot of followers, and we work with mixologists. And I think we did something around International Women's Month, which was just last month. Let's see if this pops up. Rita says a quick blurb here.
Hi everyone, in honor of Women's History Month and International Women's Day, Prospero will be celebrating our female mixologists from the UK and the US. They will each make individual cocktails using our expressions and discussing which women have inspired them the most. I can't wait to check this out, and thank you to our master distiller Stella and all the women inspiring us all.
So I'm sorry about the audio there, but she talks about honoring Stella and other mixologists, female mixologists, by the way, for International Women's Day. This one might be a little bit more clearer. Let me hear.
Hi everyone, I just want to wish everybody a happy Cinco de Mayo this year and raise a glass to our master distiller Stella and the whole Prospero team and every single mixologist that I was honored to work with this year. Swipe up for all the recipes. Cheers.
So why I point this out is because social media can level the playing field for small brands and big brands. Because if you find an influencer, in this case we're using Rita Ora's influence, that has a huge following, well, I'm behaving like Diageo now. And that is incredibly, in this day and age of low ad budgets, but high social media audiences, that's the way to do it. So I would urge you to develop a strong social media platform, no matter what you do. Lastly, as part of this execute flawless strategy, find the right partners. So we talked about our partnership with Talladega. We're also advertising on the Golf Channel with our Clyde Mays brand because why? Because golfers love whiskey. So the demographic is aligned perfectly. We just signed a 3-year deal with the New York Islanders for Clyde Mays. We're the official whiskey of the New York Islanders. They're a national hockey team out of New York. And those kind of things help amplify, again, what I refer to as your noise level and help you break through the clutter. And more, a lot of PR. If you're going to execute flawlessly, PR has to be a good part of your marketing toolbox because it's not as expensive as pure advertising, and you get a lot of miles out of it. We had Rita on the Drew Barrymore TV show talking about her relationship with Prospero Tequila and inviting women into tequila space. That got a lot of good reviews. She's appeared on several covers, Food and Beverage magazine, et cetera. Lastly, innovate. So, if you want to keep your brand interesting, give the consumers and the trade something fresh and new about your products every 6 months. And that's how you can keep attracting new consumers into your franchise. We line extended upwards to very higher age, 8 years old, 12-year-old whiskeys, 6 years old, higher quality products, more expensive. So in summary, the 5 ways to compete with the giants: play to your strengths, write a better brand story, be distinctive, make a better product, and execute flawlessly. And I am 1 minute ahead of schedule. Thank you. Yeah. Any questions while we have 1 minute to go? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation. It was great. It was well organized. I think, too, a lot of those pieces all play in together. And so something that you were really successful with particularly was finding the right brand ambassadors and most likely bringing them in at the right time to really allow for the launch. And so for us as smaller companies, how do you recommend going about getting those brand ambassadors? When is the right time? Kind of how does all of that play together?
Yeah, that's a great question. What you're really asking about is the timing of things. Now, the distilled spirits category, I was mentioning this to Jason at the break, the distilled spirits category is fairly robust. It's been growing, for many, many years. I started this business a long time ago, and I remember the 80s were a tough time. Consumption was way down, rise of drunk driving problems, raising of drinking ages, raising federal excise tax. There's a lot of reasons why people shied away from spirits. But since the late 90s until the present day, there has been a consistent growth projection for distilled spirits. So while the category is healthy, there were 3 categories in particular that I was looking at that were growing exponentially: American whiskey, tequila, and Irish whiskey. So the timing for us seemed perfect to pursue those particular categories. So you have to understand your industry. You have to do a lot of good research, understand where the growth opportunities are, and go after those. I believe in swimming with the current. I don't want to fight the current. So you also heard probably the expression, a rising tide floats a lot of ships. We felt that if we could come out with a tequila while tequila was going like that, we would be better off, we have a better chance of breaking through the clutter. So we just looked at the trends and decided when the right time to jump in was, and it was over the last 5-6 years, based on the trends in these particular categories. Now, we're looking at a lot of other categories that aren't as robust. You know, in the distilled spirits business, rum, for instance, is a flat to stagnant to even declining category. There's some growth in the very ultra-premium segment, but the majority of the brands, you know, the popular price rums, Bacardi, Captain Morgan, are all declining. So I'm not going to jump into the rum space right now. It takes too much effort and even additional money to break through when you're in a declining trend space. So look at your industry closely, do the research, look at the categories, grab the opportunities that you see for growth, and jump in while the iron is hot. Any other questions? Again, my opinion, but I think it's worked for us. It was.
I've got hundreds of questions. We'll talk later, I'm sure. But for this group, how did you decide on some of the packaging? How was that? I mean, because that's something that could answer for a lot of people. Is how did you come up with your own packaging? I know how I did mine, but I'm just curious how you ended up with yours.
I think you have to look at again what's going on with your competitors and see what are they not doing. And one of the things we noticed was that every competitor in the whiskey space seemed to have the similar bottle. There's what we call stock bottles, and then there's bespoke bottles, where you make your own mold and your own design. And we just felt, the Clyde Mays bottle, by the way, we started out as a stock bottle because it was the quickest way to market and it was inexpensive. But we thought to really stand out, we've got to create our own packaging, our own glass. And then, you got to find good design agencies. You got to find agencies that think the way you do and are creative. And you tell them, you give them a very tight creative brief. You say, I want to be in this space at this price point, and I want to have a look and feel that's going to measure up to the price point. I mean, if you're selling a $50 bottle of tequila like we are, you can't have a package that looks like it's a $19.99 bottle. You've got to be consistent with that, and you've got to find agencies. I have I've always felt I've had the vision of what I want the products to look and feel like, but I'm not the artist. I can't draw the picture. So I find good agencies that work with me, that are good artists, and I say, here's my story. By the way, I want to target Prospero, I want to target women. I said, maybe we should put some sort of more feminine approach on the package, not to be patronizing. I just wanted to alert women that we're here. So we put a lady on a horse. I don't know if you noticed that, because this particular distillery also has stables and they raise horses. So we thought that was a bit of a unique twist. On the Clyde Mays, I said, he's a real guy. I want consumers to know the real story. Let's get his picture and put it on the label. And that's what we did. It's sort of it's a shadow effect. But the man's picture is on that label. So we wanted to tell consumers this is a real story. This isn't a fabricated story. Everything we say about him on the label is true. So it's just in your approach to packaging, you have to take a different approach. It's a bit of a paradigm shift for people who are more focused on the production side. I know, Jason, you're in distilling, so you're probably more focused on the production side. But if you want to attract consumers, you got to do the whole thing. You got to make a great product. You got to make it look beautiful and compelling, where the value of that product matches up to the look and feel. So, I've been not accused, but I've been maybe accused of obsessing too much on packaging, but the proof's in the pudding. It's working for us. And people talk about our packaging. They remember our brands by our packaging. So if you're going to go beyond Oregon with your product line, I would highly suggest that you think about, how do I make it look better, more premium? You got a great story. You got a sustainable distillery. That's a great story. You can there's a lot of real estate on a bottle. You can tell that story from, soil to finished product. Oregon is a great craft whiskey market, craft spirits market. I think you would be you've got the making of a great brand story, and you can make a really cool package that resonates and exemplifies or stands for everything that you said in your presentation today. Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Laura. Now we will move forward to the much-awaited speaker session titled, Is Your Business Surviving When It Should Be Thriving? Have you capitalized on the right employee retention and motivational strategies in a post-COVID world? When it comes to the food businesses, your staff is your greatest asset. No questions asked. So how can you retain and inspire your best employees to deliver memorable customer experiences while elevating their on-the-job satisfaction levels? Get some answers from none other than Lamont Levitt, the CEO of Innovative Health. Welcome him to the stage.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here. I need a clicker. There we go. All right. Briefly, I'll just let you know who we are to start with, and we'll talk about the whole people challenges. Our product, Innovative Health, we have a combination of things we do in the healthcare space, let you know, coding, medical billing, a lot of those kind of things. But and we started back in '93. So we've been around a long time. Heavily in the ACO space, payer space, doctors, coders, billers, auditors, insurance companies, all that kind of stuff. But what do we have in common is what's happened to us in this space of who moved our cheese? Are we surviving when we should be thriving? Things have changed. How are you going to motivate your employees? What kind of retention strategy do you have? They can bolt on a dime. And how are you going to motivate them? Have you re-examined your company core values? Are they the right values to attract the right people? Is my current staff willing to keep things as they have been in the past? Or do they want change too? As an executive, what must I do to attract those people that I want to work for me? What's unique about me or our company that will make people want to be part of that team? And how do I keep people focused on what I call core, the critical operating revenue-generating activities? In a business, you've all seen this. Over time, if you don't relook at everything you're doing, there's a whole bunch of things in your organization that you're doing that isn't about making money. Maybe it's a bunch of reports that are generated. I remember this one company, it was a food company that had all these reports that were generated for their management, and they were worried about getting all those things done, and there was a big process. Well, it turned out no one was actually looking at those reports, but there was all this time and energy spent on the creation of these reports. And then, do they not have the value the executive needed? Or was there a change that needed to be made? Always be asking those questions. So we got this great resignation going on, right? What is it? The big quit? The big reshuffle? There's a big economic trend. This is definition. There's a mass movement away from wanting change, wanting something different. Look at the graph here. Look at just in the last year where you see it's going. It's been kind of trending up anyway, but it really, post-COVID, has taken a big jump, where it's tough to keep people on board. So why is that? I think people have had a time to reevaluate how they do their job. Do they want to be where they're at? Is the grass greener somewhere else, right? A lot of the younger generation, in our hiring practices we've found, they want more than money, they want to work for a cause. They want a purpose. They want a reason to come to work or to do a project. One company in Manhattan, they had a great business, but he said, our biggest challenge is everyone doesn't want to come to work anymore. They said, let me stay remote, because they got a 90-minute commute to Manhattan and 90-minute back out into the suburbs. And he said, if we force them, we're going to lose them. So they're grappling with that. People can now select where they want to work without relocating. Every business is different, though. Some require someone to be there, but you need to look at your organization to find out what can I do to be unique and different to get people to stay. The other challenge is there's a lot of industry now that is willing to hire people to work remotely because they're trying to keep the good talent. The really good talent have had a chance to work for 2 years from home and have figured out that, maybe that's what I want to do. And so people are looking at that. And we've also got salary inflationary pressures going on, which I'm sure you're all experiencing, where people are demanding more money because they can get it down the street or in a neighboring state or not that far away. I'm going to tell you one true story about a company. This isn't our company, but it's one down the street from us that I'm aware of. They really wanted to get the employees back in the office, and we're trying really hard to do it. But they were doing it at an accelerated pace, and I'm going to tell you what happened. Week 1, they said, what we'll do is we'll go 4 days, and then we'll do one day in the office, but 4 days remote. Then the second week, then they changed to 3-2. Week 3, they thought we'll try to create some motivational activities in the office, but I was told that they were kind of corny and the people could tell it was a little bit artificial, didn't feel right. Week 4, employees begin to be a little more disgruntled about wanting to return to the office environment, and the water cooler talk starts happening, right? Well, here we are a month after that, week 8. After 2 months, company insists all the employees need to be back in the office. That's, we worked you back in. And what was the real reason? Well, the business owner had a big building he had to make sure was filled. If not, then he had a long-term lease contract in play. Well, weeks 9 through 12. Obviously, you can probably guess from week 4 to week 8, a lot of people were reshuffling their resumes and started shopping. Well, after 2 or 3 months, half of their staff was gone. So this is a good example of if you're going to get people back in the office, it needs to be real, it needs to be purposeful, and you can't rush it. You got to be careful with that. And a lot of employees aren't willing to return to the status quo. It's challenging. It really is challenging. And in the food services business, or where you have a point-to-point connection that has to be there, that's even more challenging. Let's talk about stages of remote work. On a scale of 1 to 10, ask yourself where you fall. 1 would be no remote at all. Then you've got kind of hybrids as you go up the ladder. 10 is there's strictly remote. There's no meetings that are synchronous. It's just all asynchronous communication. That's at the 10 level. So our business, I'll give you guys a feel for what we've done to battle this and where we fall. This is how we retain our employees. Just let you know, through the COVID shuffle, I had the advantage of being in a SaaS-related online business. We could go remote, and here is what we did to keep all our people employed. And you all have different strategies, but I'm just helping you give this is anecdotal evidence that this did work for us. Midas, that's our culture or our core values. So, means to an end, innovative, dependable, attitude, self-starter. What's means to an end for us? As business owners or leaders of your company, if your people understand that you understand that they're working for you, not because that's their end all. It's just a means to an end. It's a way to get some money to be able to do what they really want to do. In our culture, we tell people, if you've got something coming up that's important, if it's a funeral or a wedding or a sick child or a ball game, guess what? As a business owner, I recognize that those are more important than what I'm telling you to do. And I support you in that. And you don't have to feel guilty about leaving to go to a ball game. If your employees really believe that you have their back, that is a huge incentive to want to stay. Why do people leave? They don't like their manager, that they're berated, they're belittled. They're not just a cog in a wheel, they're a person, and they have a life. And their life shouldn't be that business. That's the means to end. Second, innovative. Our biggest issue, remember in school, you were always taught, you can't make mistakes, don't screw up, don't do things wrong. We want people to try new things. Be creative. It's okay if you make a mistake. We have that culture in our company because I don't want people to be, what happens if you're in a no mistake culture, they go into huge, what's the right word? Effort to make it so they don't make a mistake. So they spend all this time instead of just throwing some spaghetti in the wall that will probably just stick. So it's important to allow people to have that creativity. Dependable. We want people to do what they say they're going to do and just get it done. Be there and get the job done. Attitude is everything. Anyone ever had someone in their organization that had a bad attitude? Yeah, right? It's cancer. It really can create so much problem, and it tears the company down. So if someone has that challenge, or they're negative, don't have a positive attitude, they can be taught otherwise. But usually those kind of people, if they understand that's the culture, they'll either change, or they'll weed themselves out if they know that's not how the company functions anymore. And once in our own company years ago, when I said that was our culture, there was one or two people that didn't like that approach. They wanted to be that naysayer in the organization, and then they eventually weeded themselves out. It's interesting to watch. Self-starter. What do they say about success? 90% of success is showing up, just getting it done. So, remote work. We actually went, except for shipping and receiving, we went remote completely. At the beginning of COVID, and we refined our processes and our communication channels and how we did it. And when it all kind of changed and we were still making money, the employees wanted to stay home, and that's what we've done. We have a 4-day work week. We don't work 5 days. That seems kind of odd to some, but we made that jump before COVID for a variety of reasons. As a business owner, how am I going to retain people? What are some strategies to where they would never go look anywhere else for a job? So this is, as a business owner, I'm telling you what our strategy was. Well, if I have everyone working 4 days a week, if they were to look for another job, they would have to decide that it would be worth 52 more days a year that they don't get to do what they want to do, which goes back to the means to an end. My COO told me that in this 4-day work week with minimal water cooler talk, it takes him less hassle than if we were in the office with all the stuff people hear through the walls and then feel bad about what someone said or what they thought they may have said, but was something different about someone else, and it just becomes a cycle of negative type attitudes. At home, that kind of thing doesn't happen. But with this commitment, we tell our people, yeah, we've got a flex time, 7 to 4, or 8 to 5 with a 30-minute lunch, but be there. If you got to step away, communicate on our messaging platform, so that way everyone knows we're a team. And then once the team period's over, we take a break, and then you go spend time with your family or your loved ones or your animals or whatever your thing is. Then you go live your life. Kind of how we do it operationally. We actually have on the different groups for 5 minutes in the morning, first thing, they have a little 5-minute song where the manager plays a song, they'll either get up and sing or dance, real quick thing. That's not the regular meeting, but it's that little bit of social water cooler talk, so it's not just so sterile, You don't want your company to be just, sterile and it feels like a job. It's got to have some socialness to it. Just so you know, we use EOS, the Entrepreneurial Operating System. Basically, they have these meetings called L10 meetings where we meet every week on the different groups. We have a VTO, which is a kind of a strategy of how your vision, your traction, and how you're going to run your company for the next 3 years to 10 years, what you want to look like, what are your core values, your culture, etc. If you want to go to EOS Worldwide, it's a company that kind of tells you how to do that. We had a consultant come in for 1.5 years and help us with that process at an executive level, and then distill that down to the employees so they're on board. Every meeting functions the same way. It's organized, it's quick, it has an IDS, which is identify, discuss, and solve attitude, where you get stuff done. So this has worked well for us. Operationally, we have video meetings, company chat system, internal communication, and collaboration is how we do it, and it works well. So you get your whole team there socially. You want to have a quick meeting, then you break into your video meetings. Holidays and vacations truly respected. It's important that they really feel like they can go on vacation. One of the ways we've done it is if you have a function that's critical for your company, if you can get it to where you have 2 people that can do that function, then as you grow, then the person that goes on vacation really can know that his other person has his back. So I know it can happen overnight, but you start out with the most painfully critical things, and then you move through your desktop publishing, your support, your programmers, all that. So that's how we did it, and I want to leave a little bit of time open for Q&A and talk about people and management and how some things we've learned and how it might help you in your businesses. Any questions? Yeah.
I liked what you said about maintaining a positive culture and trying to keep negative talk to a minimum. I was wondering, how do you balance that with people being free to bring up constructive criticism? Like what kind of structures do you put in place to encourage that?
We like to go with the whole criticize in private and praise in public. That's if you just kind of follow that and get your employees to follow that mentality. If you've got something negative to say, work it out individually with people. If you criticize someone in front of their peers, what's the first thing that happens? They're defensive, and you've just built a huge wall. Then the defensiveness is, well, yeah, but he did this or she did that, and that's why I did that. And then they've got to cover their back, and it just kind of spirals. Yeah, definitely criticize privately, and don't criticize in everything. I mean, as a business owner, if I delegate a whole task to someone, I need to be okay of letting go of the vine and having it be done about 70% like I would do it. Allow them to bring their creativity and their uniqueness into what would be done. It doesn't have to be done your way. The businesses where the owner says, I have to do everything myself or else the whole thing just fails. Those people just work themselves into a busy, tizzy cycle of never, ever allowing their company to grow. But you need to let go of the vine and let people do their thing and see what they can do. Anyway, does that help a little bit? Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? Sure, you've had any, how do you deal with that? So things to think about. There are some employees that have to be fixed, that have to be in that position. How do you keep them motivated? You'll have to find something else. When you can go remote, I think your ability, our last hire we just did, the quality of the level of talent I was able to get because I could say 4-day work week, work from home, I was able to get a lot higher quality candidate than I would have otherwise got because of that. But any other experience someone's learned and you want to talk about? No? Okay. Well, good luck to you all, keeping your people motivated and excited. But look at yourself and your core business as how it functions. And it's amazing how many little things you can do to make it better for your people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Levitt. Moving on to the next session, which focuses on the significance and the need for sustainable financing. After facing a global health crisis and having to deal with evolving customer needs and expectations, many businesses are in dire need of sustainable financing to turn their luck around. With the onus being on the food and beverage industry to feed the growing population, how can finance players pitch in? To get the answers to those questions, please welcome our next speaker, Rabah Bellier, the Finance and IT Director of Maltrop. He will be dissecting the topic, Sustainable Finance to Change the Food Industries. Welcome him to the stage.
Everyone is hearing me? Oh, perfect. So first of all, before moving and going forward, I know that it's lunchtime, so everyone is waiting this time. So I will make it, I hope it will make it short, sweet, because talking about finance, it's always, I would say, kind of tricky. We've been talking about food, about sustainability, about cuisine, about different things since the beginning of this 3 days. And now maybe, guys, I will try to push you to the other side. And everyone knows that money is the lifeblood, and to some extent, despite the fact that we have a lot of ideas in the food and beverage to implement, if we don't have the flip side from the financial point of view, it could be tricky. So before going through the few slides I prepared for you to share my experience, I'm not an expert in finance sustainability, but I don't think today that we have a lot of experts, because depending on with whom we talk, we have a view, we have a definition, we have a perspective. So what I'm expecting from this presentation, it's mainly to share my own experience, why I come to deep dive on this topic, and also share a few, I would say, methodologies on the way, guys, you can deep dive and try to really be in contact with financing people, with banks, with investors, and put them on this kind of opportunity to see how they can support you and how they can change your small company. Because big companies, they are mature on this topic. They've been basically talking about it for years, and if I give you one number or one date, because now we talk about sustainability, but I was curious the last time, and I was doing some research, and I think the sustainability did exist since the antiquity. You know, if you look to the Romans, to the Egyptian, to the Greek, they're already doing a lot of things, which basically, I would say, through the time we forget about them, but now we are coming back to the basic, and I'm 100% sure if we read the history, we can be inspired more when we think as today. So before starting with the presentation, I would like to just introduce quickly for which company I'm working. We have distillers here, so they know about the malting business. So I work in a company called Malt Europe. It's a French company, it's an international company, and we produce over 2.4 million metric tons of malt. And malt, for those who are not familiar, malt could be produced by different cereals. It could be barley, it could be wheat, it could be rice, and for those who don't know, when we produce a beer, basically we need four ingredients, main ingredient. We need malt, which is based on the cereals. We need hops, we need yeast, and obviously water. And when we talk about water, we talk about sustainability. So this is what about Maltop, and we are one of the leaders of the industry. Of course, it's a very competitive industry, and we are, I would say, located in more than 24 plants over the world, over 14 countries. We are delivering more than 900 customers. It could be small craft customers or small distiller. It could be also very big, I would say, corporate companies, typically Heineken and Anheuser-Busch, Carlsberg, and also Jim Beam or also a few other distillers. So this is about Maltrop. Now, just a little bit about myself. So I came from Australia because I moved in like a year ago. And before I was based in Milwaukee. I'm from France originally, but I moved to Milwaukee in 2016, which basically, of course, for those who don't know, Milwaukee is the city of beer. It's the reason why I moved there. And then through my experience in the United States and the 5 years I spent there, I was also, and it's funny that we talk about food, I learned more about the American food and the cocktails. I think the gentleman yesterday talks a lot about the cocktails like Bloody Mary and so on. So I wanted just to share this because, you know what, despite and regardless the position we're occupying, I mean, in finance, but you have somehow to have the sensibility to really understand your business from the financial point of view. Okay, so now let's move to the few slides I prepared to you guys. So I will try to make it work. So again, I'm not like a marketing or I try to make it easy and give you some tools. So the way I structured my agenda today, it's first of all just a succinct introduction to talk a bit about couple facts which basically make us go to the sustainability finance. And then I will try to define, and again I repeat myself, but defining sustainability finance, and for some people they call it green finance, it's very tricky because it's, again, the countries are different, the regulations are different, the governance, the way we approach it are different. But what I try to give you guys is what really would define from my perspective and what I consider as the best definition. And then I will basically highlight a few challenges and the future of agriculture, food and beverage, which basically give a perspective on why I wanted to approach or to tackle how sustainable finance could support the food and the beverage industry. And I will leave you guys with few takeaways, and obviously you have my name here. Don't hesitate to add me in LinkedIn or to swing by after if you have like more specific question, okay? So let's move on. In those few things I put in perspective here, some of them are highlighted and raised in different presentation. But the good thing that if everyone is raising those KPIs or those data and so on, means somehow that we all have this awareness and we are alarmed by something. So, of course, we can tackle it from the business point of view, from the operational point of view, but at some extent, from my perspective, if we want to find solutions, we need absolutely to combine the three aspects I look at. For me, there is three axes if I look at it from that perspective. We have the businesses or the citizen, where everyone is responsible to take some action. We have, in the flip side, the investors, the finance, the banks, and they have to play a very important role. You cannot grow your business or implement a new business without basically the adhesion of those institutions somehow. And finally, and I think within all my my observation since the beginning of this seminar. We don't talk enough about what I call the governance or the regulation, and obviously the government should and must play a very important role. Sometimes we hear about, greenwash, like it's marketing and this, but at some extent we cannot move by one step if finally the government don't take the responsibility to support all this sustainability, I would say, model we are tending to. So, a few things to outline here. Obviously, everyone knows that the global population will increase by roughly, I would say, from 7.7 billion to nearly 10 billion in 2050. 2050, it's like in less than 30 years from now, and it's a big challenge and a big concern for all population. So if you look at it, because obviously I work in the malt business, so we have to tie it to the cereals. The cereals demand to be used as food for both humans and animals may grow to roughly 3 billion tons. And we have also the increasing, to stick to those KPIs, the healthcare cost in one hand, and also the implication of the climate change, the water which became, and I think it will be the issue in the couple, to not say in the coming 10 years or 20 years, for one reason, and I think a few speakers, they highlight it. Business like us in the malting business, the water, it's one of the, I would say, on top of the gas, electricity, one of the key, I would say, cost component. And obviously, we cannot just stick and continue to produce the same way that we've been doing years ago. And we need to come up with, from the operational point of view, by action, to really try to take care of our wastewater and to treat the water and find alternative about water. So, and obviously the nuclear and gas world pressure is our constant concern from the food and beverage, and I experimented as a finance guy today, and our all companies food and beverage are facing it today. And finally, obviously, we have 30% of the global population which suffer from undernutrition, and this KPI is very, very important. That's why at some point the food companies must adapt to shifting the consumption patterns, and in order to get in this way, we have to start by the starting, which is putting small initiatives in each area to really go towards this or promoting those sustainability. Okay, now let's move to the second section I prepared for you guys about the sustainable finance. What is and what isn't? So I was basically trying to find something which gives a sense to myself, what means sustainable finance, and from my perspective, the best definition, if I look at it from that aspect, is fundamentally referring to any form of financial service integrating the famous ESG, environment, social, and governance criteria in our business and investment decision. If tomorrow you want to basically do an investment, of course, every company and every bank and every, I would say, business partner have in mind the return of investment. But in the finance sustainability, the criteria of return of investment is not enough. And it's not enough for different reasons. So if I give you just a kind of example to emphasize what does mean. So let's start by the financial market. All guys, you know that it starts by the financial market, and those financial market, they take money from the investors and they lend it to the businesses or the citizens who are willing to get the money. So obviously the money we lend is not free. We are expecting somehow a return of investment, and there is cost implication behind it. And the banks and the investors, they have a kind of risk profile, which is mainly driven by the net profit put against the cost of investment. It's it's as easy and as it was before. Of course, we can speculate about all different KPIs the banks that are using, but the main KPI is, okay, what is your net profit perspective for the coming years, and how you put it in perspective of your cost of investment, and they will identify or they will capture your risk profile. And then they will say, okay, it's worth it, we are making money, you are making your investment, so we can lend you the money. Now, the new thing in the game, which came up with the sustainability finance, the banks, and I'm not saying it from the theoretical point of view, I was experimenting it in my experience. Now the bank, they are changing in a way that in this criteria profile they've been using for years, they add one variable to it, which is basically not only focusing on the return of investment from the financial point of view, but taking into account the type of action you can put within your project to really, consider the environment, the social and the governance, for the long or the short-term perspective. If I put it in another example, if someone came in with a project, let's say, okay, I need to improve my gas or electricity consumption. If he came up with a perspective with, the return, the payback is good, it's scored, let's say, 5, and another company came up with the same project with basically maybe a little bit less than the first rating, but came up with kind of, we can talk about solar panel or any type of initiatives which can improve the climate, the emission of gas and COD, or any type of really sustainable action. The bank could arbitrate that at some extent they will give this, lend this money to the second company. So this is really succinctly what does mean the sustainable finance. Okay, now before moving to really to give you a few examples I've been facing in my experience about how I believe personally that it will be the future and it could be a game changer, especially for small companies which have a hard, I would say, challenge or tricky to get the necessary funds and money to grow or even to build their business. So if I look at it from the agriculture and food and beverage challenges we are facing today, I will not repeat all the data and the information we're taking, but there are facts. So the food system is 1/3 of the global greenhouse gas emission. So the food is really, even though it's failing, 768 according to the statistic, living in a kind of hunger. But it's one of the businesses which basically has a very big impact on our planet in one hand and other aspect. So one of different challenges we are basically facing today, and we see it in day to day, despite the situation, because we can talk about COVID, we can talk about the war in Ukraine, Russia, but there are really facts, and we talk about the future farm this morning, but we are facing challenges which sometimes it's an act of God, and we cannot play against it, but I'm 100% sure that it will fragilize and to make this agriculture and food beverage more and more, I would say, challenging if we don't find the right alternatives, not only from the business point of view, but also the way we can finance our business in order to get to the right, I would say, sustainability, financially speaking. So obviously I can list all other issues we are challenging, type of pressure from investors and regulation, the climate change, the financial issues and the crisis, but it's definitely something we need to consider today to basically look for this sustainability finance. Now in this section, what I try to really share with you guys, it's more sharing because definitely we can spend days to talk about the type of action. I want to look at it really from a simplistic view. And I ask myself a question, how sustainable finance could support the food and beverage? The way I wanted to really to tackle it is to share with you few examples I've been facing in my career, but I also seeing other companies doing it in day-to-day basis, which basically shows few examples of the sustainable initiative to be done by the food and beverage business. I was starting by partner with the employees. I know it goes without saying. It's a nice word to say partner with the employees, but a couple of years ago, we launched a project within our company called ID, and we give basically the word to our employees to share how they see the company in the couple years and what type of ideas basically they want to implement. And I think those initiatives, it goes in one hand in social corporate responsibility, which is great, but also give us kind of new mindset to share with our employees and get their perspective to invest on the future. So it goes on the sustainability, obviously. So obviously, we have a lot of, I would say, operational and business initiative, typically reducing the waste within the company, and talking about waste for before, or cutting the pollution and emission. These all initiatives that I highlight here, they are a part of, I would say, the first step, which brings you to go to the bank and say, guys, there are things happening in my small company. How you as an investor or partner, you can value that. And I think what I notice by talking with different people, that sometimes we do the job, but we don't put in perspective and we don't approach the right people to value it even more. And the reason why I'm saying valuing it even more is how you can sustain those initiatives from the business point of view without breaking your bank, So I can talk about minimizing the impact of environment, but also maintain, this one is very, very important, maintain a list of sustainable friendly vendors. It's a big phrase to clarify it, but at some extent, I think the word we are going in is basically a filtering word. And as a business, we could, if we have the chance, it's not always easy to do, to really filter on the type of vendors we are dealing, which allow us to create this virtuous cycle where we are dealing with sustainable vendors, we are also tackling and working with sustainable customers. I wanted to share one, and I think it's the trigger of all my interest about sustainability finance. A couple of years ago, I was working in a very important project in Mexico with one of our partners, which is a big brewer. And when I start to work on this business model and business plan, they put right on the table the fact that they want a sustainability sourcing. It means they don't want the barley, which is used to produce the malt, coming from another country. And if you look at it from the business, it's their expectation, it's their requirement. We are the partner, so we have somehow the vendor, we have to stick to that. But it raised in my mind saying that, there are more and more customers putting pressure on the sustainability. So at some extent, if we want to really to close the loop, we have also somehow to raise the point with the vendor. I'm not saying that, but you could somehow dictate, maybe not dictate, but at least share your expectation from the sustainability. And that's why that day, I was thinking, if from the requirement, from the specification point of view, they ask for sustainability sourcing, so what we can do, because I'm in finance world, and I'm dealing with banks and auditors and so on, what I can do from my perspective to really continue with this type of expectation to really tackle and touch the different aspect and valuation of the business. Other things I wanted also to share here is obviously lowering the energy and the water consumption and developing sustainability work policies. You know, sometimes, of course, it goes without saying that sometimes we need to take care of our employees, to put some rules and so on. Quite honestly, in my experience, a lot of companies, they say it, but they don't put it down. And going to the bank and saying that we have policies to really drive our, sometimes it doesn't require a lot of things. It's just take your brain and put some thought on it and share with other people, and you can come up with few bullet points which basically give a kind of frame to your company, and you can leverage on it when you are involved with other banks, you know. So advancing diversity and hiring, this is a good example of initiatives. And I wouldn't say just marketing. When I myself from France, I have background also from Algeria, at some extent. I came to United States, I went to Australia, and what I face, because we talk about sustainability, it's not just a matter of putting in place action, it's also the perspective. Because when you have different background, when I work with American people, and I remember coming with my French mindset, saying, okay, if it's white, I will not telling you it's black, it's white, like very direct. And then they were telling me, yeah, at some extent you can put the form. So I'm exposing my culture and my background to other perspective, and really the diversity, it's one sustainable KPI which we can diversify because it will help the business, and my personal experience shows it as well. And then obviously we can talk about other KPIs, but this is again, succinctly, the type of sustainable initiatives we can talk about, which we can leverage with the bank. In the flip side, what I wanted to share with you guys, and it's really facts, because today, if you look to the bank word, it's kind of crazy because everyone is waking up the last few years and putting really money on the table. Like I would give you just a few examples that, for example, Citibank, they launched a program towards 2030 to release more than $1 trillion to help the sustainability finance. Wells Fargo, they just recently elected the first ever Chief Sustainability Officer. We can talk about JP Morgan, who basically promised to mobilize the money around $2.5 trillion to really tackle this issue. So things are happening in the bank world. However, if you don't go to your bank and really sit and say, okay, you know what, I'm doing these few things, they are not big, but they are making me like more sustainable, I'm 100% sure that they come up with a product which will fit to you. It will not to be less costly because basically it's around sustainability. I listed here two types of offers, really, where the bank, they are today. You can get in touch with your bank to figure it out, but a lot of banks they're proposing. We have the sustainability, what I call the sustainability linked. It's a financial instrument tied to sustainability KPIs or external ESG rating. Because the way, if they lend you the money, of course they will expect that you show that you are working on those type of initiatives. And basically they're offering three type of product. You have first the sustainability linked loan, SLL, short or long term. You could finance your investment, or you could finance your working capital. They offer also sustainability-linked bonds. And then finally, for those who are involved in the derivative market and basically the currency market or this type of things, you can go with a sustainability-linked derivative. You know, this is a type of sustainability-linked offer from the bank, which you can assess by yourself or contact your finance guy to contact the bank. You know, so in the other side, it's another technique. It's the use of proceeds. You know, bank, when they lend you the money, they can ask you from KPIs. And what we do, and I think I advise everyone to do it, because sometimes we ask, oh, but how you can track the sustainability and the action you are doing, the improvement of wastewater consumption, gas, this and this and this. For me, we shouldn't make it more complicated. Use a baseline. Let's say, okay, my baseline is 2020, before the COVID. And then, okay, get in contact with the operation team and track those KPIs year after year and show the percentage of improvement. This is your tool. You don't need like to use a consulting company or whatever. At least you have the control of your data and you can leverage on it when you talk with your bank, you know. So, I mean, this use of proceeds, to come back to this, are used to finance the investment, and obviously we can break it down in different type of things. We have the green bonds in one hand, social bonds and sustainability bonds loans, you know. Okay, so now the two other sections I wanted to track, and it's really, I would say, a real example I wanted to share with you. It's now when we think about it, what the sustainable finance benefit. I think there is a couple of them, but we see them when we start really to deep dive. So one of the sustainability finance benefit I see as a, I would say, big company, but I think it's valid also for the small companies, is to raise the sustainability recognition and increase the sustainability ambition. You know, in my career, especially the last 5 years, I have the feeling that everyone is talking about it, and it's not just talk, because now we have processes. We have, like someone highlighted, the ISO and this different certificate from, you can talk about safety, but we can talk about the environment. The ISO, I think it's 26,000 or whatever, I don't remember the name. It goes to the social responsibility, and we have also ISO 14001 and 90, which goes to the environment. So the regulation and the governance is really making it happening. And now it's like you are dealing with your company and you have auditors, KPMG or those type of finance auditors. Now you can deal with ESG, and the government, they understood it and they are putting more and more action. Just to give you an example, and I know I don't want to bore you with this, but if for those who are familiar with the auditors and the gaps, the AFRS, which is the international standards from the financial point of view, they put a board committee to tackle this ESG topic, because one of the issues we're facing today, that we don't have the right definition. So it's very difficult to distinguish what is right, what is wrong. So now, even from the accounting, on top of the bank institution, on top of the governance, the auditors and the accounting gaps are tackling this issue to really put the right procedure, and I just voted a board in 2021 to tackle this topic. The second thing I wanted to basically emphasize here is also to reinforce the value of the companies by impacting the behavior of the employees and management. We talked about just the presentation before, the gentleman said about the retention, how we can retain our employees. You know what, the awareness and the social medias and so on now makes everyone aware, and they want to be themselves in line with their values, and I think it's a good factor to value within the company to retain our employees, you know. Increase the value of the company by giving a strong senior to the stakeholders. At some extent, you know, we cannot hide behind it. Now, even those stakeholders which are really driven by finance, they have to change their point of view. They have to. If they don't do it, at some extent, it will be like a boomerang, which will be impacting their company negatively, you know. And then we can talk about also the quick and easy implementation, which I highlighted before. It's not a rocket science. You have just to put some KPIs and track them against a baseline. And by the way, talking about KPIs, I'm sharing here, which are true KPIs, few banks, I will not name them, which basically they use to give and to lend the money to companies. I put the main one, a percentage of wastewater decrease in cubic meters. compared to baseline. We can talk about responsible sourcing target. I was highlighting my example about the vendors and how we can filter sustainable vendors. I have the increase of the percentage of female leaders. When we talk about sustainability, it's not only about the climate. And I think in a lot of countries in the world, we are facing this disconnection between women and men from the leadership point of view and also from other levers. And I think it's one KPIs which is basically put in perspective more and more. And I think we have to, I know there is a lot of work to do, but it's definitely something the banks are considering in the KPIs. And then we have two others: reduce the utilities consumption in kilowatt hours and reduce the CO2 emission, which everyone knows from the climate point of view. And then I wanted just to share with this, because the banks, when they deal with you, either they ask you specific KPIs from the audit point of view, justification of your improvement, or a lot of companies, they ask I would say third companies that are more like auditing. Typically, we have one called Sustainalytics, which basically will do audit on a regular basis and give you a report which show the improvement, and you can use it somehow to talk with the bank to get the loan you are expecting. Okay, so I have 5 minutes, so I'll make it really short. So we can, for me, the key takeaway, I'm not here to, quite honestly, I'm not like here to lecture and say, oh, you should do this and this, but from my perspective, to share my experience. I'm not an expert yet, but I'm willing to do because I want to learn more and more, and I'm 100% sure that the timing frame is the right one, because in 10 years we may regret it, you know. So this is 3 takeaway I want you guys to live with, you know. The one is, a lot of people, they are saying, oh, there is a trade-off between like corporate social responsibility, sustainability, and profit. Maybe at some extent back in the time it was the case, but I'm a believer that we can combine the two. So this is the first takeaway. The second one is on power, and it's a matter of, I always talk about academy. So people, more they have awareness, and more they are all apart, and they hold themselves responsible and accountable. So please use it. It's easy. It's empower your employees on the importance of sustainability and encourage the decision makers to get in touch with the banks. You can get your finance and say, oh, just call your bank and see what they offer. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't work. But if you need money and funds to sustain your business, you can take it as a first action. And also push, if you are in another level of the organization from the hierarchy point of view, push your shareholders to really consider it, you know. It may work one day. And then finally, like I said, talk to your employees and convince them that they invest in sustainability and innovation, because I am a believer, and I'm a finance guy, but I am a believer that in 10 years, if we don't do it today, in 10 years we will regret it. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. If you have questions for him, now is a perfect time at lunch to find him and ask all your questions that you may have at lunchtime. I'll see you guys back after that. It's okay. They will. Great to have you all back. Now, without further delay, let's quickly kickstart this next segment. Tea and coffee businesses are blossoming and thriving, even in a huge supply and demand mismatch that has been projected for this year. What are the major factors that have fueled the demand, and how can new players leverage this opportunity to win big in this competitive industry? Through this session titled Black Gold Capitalizing Tea and Coffee, the speaker will focus on capitalization methods and market trends throughout this session. Please join me in welcoming Keith Bearden, who is the CEO of Life Brands US. Welcome him to the stage.
Okay, and is the... Yep. Okay. Well, so I was expecting to have a big crowd here, and I was going to ask you, how many of you had coffee this morning? Okay, so, yeah, a little bit smaller percentage than normal for the U.S. market. U.S. Typically, about 85% of the U.S. market drinks a cup of coffee sometime during the day, mostly in the morning. But the question is the coffee and tea industry actually worth going after? And the answer is, yeah, it's worth chasing, because about 1.4 billion cups of coffee are consumed every day. Now, as I said, 45% of that global consumption is consumed in the U.S. So far, far, far more than what you would see in other countries. Europeans tend to be second behind us in the consumption of coffee, but Asia Pacific far trailing, and the global market is valued at over 100 billion as of last year. So very, very, very large opportunities just in coffee. We'll get to tea in a minute. I've separated the two because of the vast difference of how they're approached both in the U.S. and on a global basis. So what's the projected growth? Well, as mentioned, it's a booming market. It's growing at over 6% a year, but certain segments like specialty coffees are growing much, much, much faster, projected to surpass 128 billion by 2026, and 50% of Americans drink coffee every day. Now, that 50% sometimes on average consume approximately 3 cups. And what we saw during COVID, it really shifted. People weren't running out to Starbucks every day like they used to. People weren't driving through Dutch Brothers every day like they used to. There was a lot more consumption at home, and so what that drove was interesting focus on different trends, which I'll talk about in a minute. So where does coffee come from? Well, Brazil is by far the largest producer of coffee. And that spreads across, there's a lot of political and socioeconomic as well as climate issues with the production of coffee. We'll talk about sustainability in a minute because that's a big focus for where these markets are going. But coffee is produced in over 80 countries around the world. And like I said, Brazil and Vietnam kind of lead the market in terms of their production. It's not new to anybody, but there's a lot of different production types of coffee. A lot of people are focused on whole bean production. Ground coffee has been around forever, for decades. Instant coffee in my parents' time, and I'm older than most everybody in this room, so my parents were big in instant coffee. And it almost died out as a delivery mechanism in the 90s. 2000s, it started to gain a little bit of market share, and when COVID hit, it skyrocketed because people felt like, well, I can get single origin instant coffees now, I can get better quality instant coffees, and I'm consuming at home so it's easier for me to prepare. Cold brew has been around for about 10 years now as a big thing. The K-Cup, or the pod and capsule as we know it, it also skyrocketed about 10 years ago. And then it slowly has been declining again until COVID. And with COVID, it took another resurgence. And so now you're seeing new brands enter into the pod and capsule market. Of course, ready-to-drink coffees, Starbucks kind of set the stage there in terms of putting coffee in the cold case with their frappuccinos and their lattes and things of that nature. And then coffee cherry is a new trend that's taking basically the raw beans before they're roasted and turning them into a beverage. A lot higher caffeine content, which a lot of people are looking for. But where's coffee consumed? Well, if you look at coffee shops around the world, and specifically focusing in on the U.S. market, there's about 26,000 coffee shops roughly in the U.S. 9,000 of those are Starbucks, so they own the lion's share of the market. However, that is growing. I'll give you a little example. I don't know how many, I've heard several people talk about Oregon, and I used to live in Oregon, so if you lived in Oregon, you know Dutch Brothers Coffee. So Dutch Brothers had started in Eugene, Oregon, and then it expanded across Oregon, and then it went up and down the West Coast, and then it started creeping a little bit east. Well, now I live in Tennessee, and the closest town to where I live is a town called Clarksville, Tennessee, about 200,000 people. I live on a farm out in the countryside. But Clarksville is a college town. It's a pretty young population. Dutch Brothers just went into Clarksville literally about 6 months ago and decided they were going to open 2 shops in Clarksville. They bought the 2 existing Kentucky Fried Chicken franchises and tore the buildings down and built 2 Dutch Brother coffee houses. So coffee is definitely a profitable business if they can afford to buy 2 Kentucky Fried Chickens and bulldoze them and put up 2 Dutch Brother coffee shops. So it's growing. They're estimated to be about 50,000 coffee shops, so double the number in the next 3 to 5 years. Some analysts will say 3 years, others will say 5. But this is also spurred by the fact that we're coming out of, quote unquote, COVID, and people are getting back out again. And they want to go to a coffee shop. They want to go to some place where they can enjoy the consumption of the beverage as well as have a social experience. So at home, as you can see, it's about 90 billion, so almost twice the size of the out-of-home market. And single-serve pods and capsules, as I mentioned, and instant coffee, growing at 6%. Both of those categories, pods and capsules and instant coffee, had been declining in double digits prior to COVID. So what's happening in coffee? I mean, what is there new about coffee? Well, like I said, instant coffee's making a resurgence, but that's not really new. Locally roasted coffee, though, is very new. As one of the earlier presenters talked about, harvesting our vegetables and then putting them on a truck for 7 to 10 days. That's not how they're meant to be consumed. Well, coffee has a freshness that expires as well. So when you roast the coffee, if you've ever had fresh roasted coffee, it's life-changing. It is an experience that is beyond compare. So local roasters are gaining in popularity. I personally buy from a roaster that's located in Canton, Georgia. I live in Tennessee. I buy whole bean because I have I have a machine that grinds it and makes my coffee for me every morning with a push of a button. When I order my coffee from this particular roaster in Georgia, he roasts it the day after I order it. It's not roasted until I order it. And he ships it FedEx overnight after it comes out of the roastery. Now, you pay a little bit more for that, but I get fresh coffee. Flavored infused coffees, infused in all sorts of ways. You can find mango infused coffees. You can find mushroom infused coffees. Coffees aren't known, you don't think of coffee as a quote unquote healthy drink. So the coffee companies are trying to infuse coffees with things that are healthy, mushrooms being one of them. Companies like Four Sigmatic and Inner Health have come out with a whole line of mushroom-infused coffees, be it reishi or cordyceps or lion's mane, as an adaptogenic or as an enhanced energy booster out of cordyceps. So they're infusing coffees with a lot of products that we wouldn't normally think of. And it doesn't necessarily influence the taste profile, but it gives them a positioning in the market that's different than what coffee is known for, and that's that caffeine boost. Cold brewed nitro coffees. How many of you have had a cold brew coffee? I mean, I personally love them, and the nitros are even better. You know, it gives you that, again, that flavor profile that feels fresh, or, you know, you're seeing a lot of chocolatey flavors with the roastery. And then, of course, sustainably sourced. Sustainably sourced is ubiquitous across the entire food chain now, and coffee and tea aren't unique to that. There are, however, some very clear alignment to some of the more standard protocols around sustainability, like fair trade. Fair trade coffees and fair trade teas have been around for a couple of decades now. UTZ certification is more popular in Europe, but it's really focused on sustainable farming, good agricultural practices. You'll see things like Global GAP, the farming practices that align with ISO standards. Of course, organic, biodiversification, regenerative farming, Rainforest Alliance. Bird friendly is an interesting one. I didn't realize that until I was doing some research around coffee that, you know, it actually is the way they farm or harvest some of the trees is actually damaging to the birds. And so bird-friendly farming and harvesting is something that is actually a focus for the coffee industry. And then, of course, carbon neutrality. You know, there are a number of farms that are focused on carbon neutrality within the farm, but as I said earlier, you know, coffee's mostly grown in Brazil and Vietnam and along the shores of Africa. So the carbon footprint of getting it here to the U.S. is something that's quite significant. Tea's the same way. You'll see when I talk a little bit about tea where the growing regions are and the impact that that has on the global climate. So climate change obviously has been a huge challenge across all agricultural industries. There was a severe drought in Brazil over the past 2 years, and it's driving the coffee prices through the roof. You're seeing it at the grocery store, you're seeing it in Starbucks, you're seeing it everywhere that coffee is sold. Add on top of that a couple of hurricanes that hit the regions of Honduras, Nicaragua, Panama, El Salvador, Guatemala, wiped out lots of the coffee plantations. This is something also that I didn't really know until I researched this. It takes 39 gallons of water to grow 1 cup of coffee beans. That, I mean, if you think about that, now obviously a lot of it's rain. You know, a lot of it is the rain that falls, but that's a significant impact if you fall into a drought region, you know, or if Brazil goes into a drought. I mean, think about it. Brazil produces 37% of the coffee in the world. They go into a severe drought. What's that going to do to prices and availability? Skyrocket. Coffee has also kind of had some of the same natural disaster impacts, and I don't mean natural disaster as in weather, but natural as in pest and as in what they call coffee rust, which is a fungus that attacks the plants or the coffee trees, coffee beans. The citrus industry has gone through the same thing. If you look at the citrus industry, the greening, you hear talk about the greening disease, where the fruits actually fall off the trees before they're ripe, and they don't ever ripen. The citrus industry in Florida went from producing 250 million bushels a year to producing 70 million bushels a year because of the greening industry. The coffee borer, which is a beetle that infests the plants, and the coffee rust are having a similar impact in the plantations, and a lot of it is driven by climate change. Higher temperatures, the coffee borer is able to populate more and transmit themselves more. And then on top of that, you add all the challenges that everybody else is facing. Labor shortages, you know, and inconsistent pricing. Freight, not to mention freight, because freight is an issue for everybody, but it's hitting the coffee and tea industry because they're all grown offshore. And then, because of the war in the Ukraine, 40% of the fertilizer that's produced and used in these regions is produced in Russia and Belarus. So now, either you can't get it or the prices are skyrocketing. So, lots of challenges for these markets, but they're still worth pursuing. This, from a standpoint of an economic perspective, is 12.5 million small farmers produce between 60 and 75% of the coffee that's consumed by the world. Now, if you look at Brazil, Brazil's the largest producer. How many small farmers in Brazil? 190,000. Not that many. And the reason for that is Brazil is mostly commercial farms. They're big corporations that have gone in and bought up most of the small farms and have produced these global corporations to produce and sell coffee around the world. But 190,000 is still not a small number. Fortunately, Brazilian coffee farmers make a pretty decent wage. But if you go down that list and you look at Vietnam, Colombia, look at Ethiopia, 44% of their farmers make less than $3 a day. You drop down to Uganda, 53% of their farmers make less than $3 a day. So this is a big impact. That's why things like fair trade and UTZ certifications are really important in the coffee trade to try to get to the point where these farmers have a sustainable wage so that they can continue to supply the global market. So what about tea? Tea is the most widely consumed beverage in the world behind water. Far more than coffee. 160 million cups a day. In the U.S. alone, about 4.5 billion cups of tea per day on a global basis. Now, the global market's not as big hardly as the coffee market. Coffee's more expensive per pound than tea. You can buy cheap Argentinian tea for $1 a pound. You can't find coffee for less than $3 to $4 a pound, regardless of where it comes from. But even with that, the global market's almost $100 billion. So what's the projected growth? It's growing as well, about the same pace as the coffee market, a little over 6%. Millennials are drinking more tea than previous generations. And why is that? Well, tea is considered to be healthier, and there's a lot of reasons for that. I'll touch on that in a minute. But but about 50% of the population drinks tea every day. How many of you drink hot tea? Okay, this is a unique crowd. I understand that. If I ask that to the general U.S. population, I'm going to get about 25 or 30%. If I ask that to a European population, I'm going to get almost 100%. And if I ask that to an Asian population, Asia-Pacific population, I'm going to get 100% because that's more accustomed to their world. I ran one of the largest herbal tea companies in the world and lived in Hamburg, Germany for 7 years. That particular market for Germany is a unique market. The German-speaking market of Germany, Switzerland, and Austria is the only place in the world where herbal tea is the #1 consumed category. Black tea is number 2, green tea is number 3. In the US, black tea is number 1. In China, green tea is number 1. In Russia and Turkey, some of the places where black tea is almost 100%, not just number 1, but about 100%. The UK, black tea is number 1. But Germany, Switzerland, and Austria, the #1 category is herbal tea, and it makes up over 60% of the consumption of tea in those markets. So it's a very unique, tea is a very unique product across different regions of the world. So where does it come from? Well, most of it comes from China. Then India, Kenya, Sri Lanka. Vietnam is a crossover. A lot of tea and coffee both come out of Vietnam. Argentina isn't a really big producer, but most of what we drink in the U.S. comes from Argentina. Lipton, the most known brand around the world, is almost 100% Argentinian tea. So, what kind of teas are there? Lots of different kinds of coffee, lots of different kinds of teas. Black tea, green tea, white tea, pu'er, oolongs, yellow teas. And then you get into herbal infusions. And a lot of people call these teas, but they're really not. I ran the company Yogi Tea for 7 years. Most of you, especially Oregonians, would know Yogi Tea. 90% of our product didn't have anything that was considered a Camellia sinensis plant, which is the tea plant, in the product. It was an herbal infusion. It was chamomiles. It was gingers. It was licorice. It was rooibos from South Africa. Not tea, herbal infusions, but sold in the same category and considered from a consumer perspective to be the same product. Unlike coffee, which is roasted, tea is a very manual process. And so the issue with labor in the tea industry is even more damaging than the issue with coffee. The harvest is roughly the same, but what you find with the preparation of tea is that there's so much manual process after the tea leaves are picked in terms of the drying or the bruising and the rolling, and different categories are processed in different ways. Where is tea consumed? Well, in the U.S., like I said, this is a unique group. You guys drink hot tea, but you probably also drink iced tea. In the U.S. market, 85% of the consumption of tea is iced, is cold tea, either ready to drink in a can or a bottle. And our friends at Arizona Iced Tea have blasted that market with the big, large cans for 99 cents. And then you have the hot tea consumers. But because of COVID, again, a lot of that has shifted back into the home. And the consumption of hot tea and even specialty teas and loose leaf teas, which take a lot longer to prepare. As a consumer in the U.S., we're all about convenience. We want it and we want it now. We don't want to wait for it. But because of COVID forcing us to be at home, working from home, we've taken the time to enjoy things like the preparation of loose leaf tea, which takes a lot longer to boil the water, steep the tea, but that has grown dramatically over the last couple years. So, unlike the U.S. consuming the lion's share of coffee, where does the U.S. fall in the consumption of tea? 35th. And that's a per capita consumption, so we still have a huge population, but we're 35th. And how is tea packaged? Well, we all know how coffee's packaged in a bunch of different ways in terms of bags of whole beans and ground and in pods. But tea bags are a unique machine as well. Most of this production, there are some large producers in the U.S., but most of this production is done in India, Sri Lanka, Vietnam, Morocco, places that are offshore. Now, this has had a huge, huge impact on the tea market in terms of cost, because you've all picked up a tea bag. Typically, the average amount of tea leaves that are in a tea bag is about 2 grams. So very lightweight. Imagine that if you're producing this product in India and you're shipping it into the U.S. You ship a 40-foot container. The pallets in the truck, in the container, actually weigh more, almost double the weight of the product itself. You're basically shipping air. And container rates from India have gone from $7,000 on average about a year ago to $23,000. Now multiply that across your boxes of tea, and you see what it's doing to the price of the tea in the retail and out-of-home market. So what are the trends in tea? Well, as I said, tea is considered to be healthy, so there's a big function on that. Why? Because of the polyphenols, because of the catechins in tea, they're very healthy. Tea is not unique to coffee. There are a lot of infusions, hemp, CBD, mushrooms, single source origins, much like the coffee. You'll see pods and capsules growing in tea. It's a little bit different to put a pod and capsule in tea because tea tends to be steeped over a longer period of time. You put a pod or a capsule into a machine, press a button, and in 20 seconds you have a cup of coffee or a cup of tea. So you don't get the same effect of steeping tea. So you're finding tea machines that actually burst the steam and the hot water over a longer period of time to give you the same effect and the same quality of product at the end in terms of a cup of tea. Cold brewed teas. Tea is one of those products that didn't have to worry so much about having a microbial kill step in terms of the production of the product because you were putting it in boiling water and that was your kill step. Well, now you've got cold brew teas where you drop them in a cup of cold water or a pitcher of cold water. And so the industry in general has had to go through a change and introduce microbial management into the tea category. And again, sustainably sourced and packaged. I won't go through this, but you just type in health benefits of tea and you'll get mounds and mounds and mounds of data. High in antioxidants, there's all kinds of claims, but the point is it's a healthier beverage than what's out in the market for the most part. Sustainability covers basically the same categories as coffee. Fair trade, UTS Alliance. There is an ethical tea partnership that is focused on specifically on tea growing regions to try to ensure that there's a fair, better life for farmers, more education, and a focus specifically on the tea industry. Some of the same challenges, drought, Sri Lanka cut the category by 50% a couple of years ago. Erosion, tea plantations tend to grow up in the mountains, high up on the hills. The higher you go, the better the tea oftentimes. You talk about Darjeeling and Ceylon, and some of those are grown way up in the mountains. And your first flush Darjeelings are considered some of the best teas in the market. And they grow up in the mountains. So if they don't get the rain, or then they get too much rain, and then you get the severe flooding and erosion. And then the same issues, fertilizer, COVID, labor shortages. You're seeing all the same issues across this category as well. So in summary, and I'm almost out of time here, I see, but the coffee and tea industry collectively is about a $200 billion category, growing at 6% a year. Both are severely challenged by climate change, severely challenged by labor shortages, rising prices. Prices are predicted to go up anywhere between 12 and 25% over the next 3 to 5 years. I'm seeing price increases in the market as high as 40% in specific categories. Sustainability is becoming a big issue. There was an article that came out in the BBC a few years ago about the pyramid tea bag, and most of you, I'm sure, have consumed tea that comes in the pyramid bag. Most of those were made from nylon, and if you put nylon in boiling water, what does it do? It kind of melts. And so people were getting melted nylon into their tea. That's been a big issue, and the tea category has moved away, but that's driven prices up. So now you've got plant-based material being used for the tea bags and the wrappers and whatnot, but that's more expensive, and it's driving up prices. But that doesn't mean that there's not new entries into the market all the time. There's new brands popping up every day, and there's consolidation going on in the market. Unilever was the largest consumer or largest owner of tea brands up until about a year ago, and they sold their entire tea portfolio, which included Lipton and Tea Pigs and Pukka and a number of other brands. They sold it for about $5 billion. So it's definitely an industry that is growing and has a lot of potential. So I'm out of time. I will take a couple questions if they don't run me off the stage. So, yeah.
Yes. So, is this on? Sorry. How about that now? Yeah, that sounds better. So we actually aged several of our rums on tea. We use different kinds of tea. We use rooibos, and we use them as wood infusion type things. And we make a cold drip coffee, which I actually have here. Small plug. I don't want to take this home, so drink it, please. So we've been in the tea and coffee world for a while now. I've been a tea drinker my whole life, but how are you seeing it being used as an additive? Because that's exactly what we do. We take it in and change our rum with tea, change our rum with coffee, and I'm starting to see the trend, but I'm hoping more people are doing it, because the more people do it, the less weird we sound.
Well, there are a number of people that are doing this. Tea is being used in distilling bourbons quite regularly in Kentucky. I live in Tennessee, and a good friend of mine was the master distiller for Brown-Forman for a number of years, and you're seeing tea being used in the distilling process. You're also seeing tea being used, and it's coming. Tea's been used in Asia in cooking for centuries. One of the more popular Asian restaurants in the U.S. obviously is P.F. Chang's, the chain. If you look at one of their menu offerings, it's one of the longest running menu offerings that they've ever had. It's called the oolong sea bass, and they use an oolong tea to actually cook the product, and then they steep the tea and they pour the tea over the sea bass after it's cooked on a bed of spinach, and the hot tea wilts the spinach. And so it's a phenomenal dish, but they've been using tea, and they've been doing that for over 20 years. And so the merger of beverage and tea as a beverage into the food industry is quite common. And like I said, going into the distilleries, you're seeing tea-infused bourbons, tea-infused gins. I mean, the Brits have done it for decades, centuries probably. So, yeah, what you're doing is definitely on trend. And we're seeing a lot of the beverage agencies, the beverage architects, if you will, the guys that are designing for the restaurateurs and the bars and the hotel chains, incorporating tea into alcoholic beverages as a base, as opposed to using a fruit juice, which is high in sugar and things of that nature. They're using tea, which is considered a healthy alternative. Mix it with alcohol, I'm not sure how healthy it is at that point, but it's all about marketing at that point. That's right. That's right. Other questions? Okay. Well, I apologize for running over. Hopefully this was interesting, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Great job. Thank you, Keith. I do love both coffee and tea. Moving on to our next session, it is on the topic burnout and lifestyle diseases. If health is our wealth, then we're drowning in debt. The speaker will highlight the epidemic of burnout in the global working population and share their concerns around the repercussions of poor living habits and lifestyle choices. I invite Christine Della Saran, the co-founder of Ninth Group LLC, to help us on this next topic. Welcome her to the stage.
Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. Okay. This is a small group, so I'm going to make it uncomfortable for all of us. That by the time you leave this talk, we're all going to be really excellent friends because you're going to learn a little too much about me right now, but hopefully you'll learn a little bit more about yourselves as well. I'm a workaholic. I always have been. I was raised in a single mother household. My father, a genius and a prodigy, who I do not take after, passed away at 45 years of age when I was 7. And he left behind my mother to take care of 2 young girls and to pay off the brand new house they had just purchased together. The day my dad died, and many times throughout my life, actually, my mom said to me, Christine, you have to work really hard because I can't help you. Knowledge and education are the only things that no one can ever take away from you, so I worked my butt off. I went to engineering school in Georgia Tech. I worked on a bioresorbable coronary stent for pediatric use. I did my thesis, where I went to grad school in England. I did my thesis on artificial intelligence and mitochondrial DNA quantification, and I was an embryologist for 7 years. I worked really hard. And then I turned 30. And I found myself exhausted, completely burnt out. They say the flames that burn the brightest die out the fastest. I am passionate and completely underutilized, okay? I'm my own boss. I moved out here to Vegas 2 years ago. So after I turned 30 and was completely burnt out, I quit my job without a plan, no backup. I moved out here to Vegas and I said to myself, I deserve this. I deserve to not have to worry about work at all for at least a couple of months. I lasted 2 days before the panic set in because I do not like the idea of being broke, as you can tell. So I decided I needed to return back into the workforce, but I wanted to play a different game. I co-founded a company that I had absolutely no background in and knew nothing about. But I knew it would be okay because I knew how to work hard. And I did, until I realized for the first time in my life, working remotely, that no one was sitting behind me to tell on me if I was watching Netflix during the workday. So yes, I'm my own boss, but I'm underutilized. I could be doing more. I have to be doing more. But how can I? I'm so overwhelmed and overworked. Why? I'm sure we can all relate. Why? Because we find ourselves spending so much time on redundant tasks. We're in hour-long meetings that could have been accomplished by 5-second emails. I was a dedicated yogi, hiker, workout-obsessed, former competitive ballroom dancer, healthy food craver. But what do I find myself eating most of these nights? My husband over there can attest to the fact that after I work, I am on the couch, drinking 2-3 glasses, the whole bottle of wine, or rum. Don't get me started on rum. I love rum. I eat a lot of raw cookie dough. But it's hard because you know what? I'm in a constant state of stress. And if I could just muster a little bit of energy and willpower to do any one number of those awesome activities that I love, I would find stress relief. But I'm so tired, I can't be bothered. And I was clinically diagnosed with depression at the age of 15, a chemical imbalance that I can never outrun. And even though I'm a workaholic, I find myself fighting every single day of my life just to get out of bed. This is my lifestyle. Well wishes, good intentions, but opposite actions. Knowing that I need to eat better, but I don't. Knowing that I should be working out, but I don't. Can anyone relate to this? Yeah? This is our lifestyles, okay? And now I, like many of you, am burned out. And realize now that I'm no longer in my 20s, that I'm at significant risk of developing very severe, potentially fatal, but completely modifiable lifestyle diseases. So what are lifestyle diseases? They're non-communicable diseases associated with what? Your lifestyle. 3 lifestyle behaviors, in fact, okay? An unhealthy diet, smoking tobacco, and physical inactivity. These 3 behaviors can influence the development of diseases such as hypertension, obesity, Alzheimer's, cirrhosis, kidney failure, stroke. But all of these diseases, and by the way, those diseases make up 71% of global deaths annually. But those diseases can be managed, reduced in risk, or completely avoided just by modifying those 3 behaviors. Now, if being healthy, for your health, for your life wasn't incentive enough, let me drop some economic truths on you, okay? Nothing kills more Americans than heart disease and stroke. In 2018, $216 billion were spent from our healthcare system treating with heart disease and stroke, okay? Diabetes, $327 billion. Obesity, affecting 42% of adults and putting them at risk for so many more diseases. In America, $147 billion. And Alzheimer's, this is terrifying. Because more and more people are developing Alzheimer's and at an earlier age than ever seen before. You have an increased risk for developing Alzheimer's if you're obese, if you have diabetes, if you have a history of heart disease. $305 billion projected to reach $1.1 trillion by 2050. Okay? Now let's talk about those 3 modifiers again: physical inactivity, diet, and cigarette smoking. I think I broke it. There we go. Physical inactivity, $117 billion for related health care. Okay. Poor diet, and I want to talk about excessive alcohol consumption in particular. And even though I love rum, I'm very guilty of this, okay? Excessive alcohol consumption is responsible for 1 in 10 deaths among working age adults. In 2010, and I don't want to know what it is now, but in 2010, $249 billion was spent to treat excessive alcohol consumption, or the health, effects by alcohol consumption. This averaged to $2.05 a drink. Now here in Vegas and New York City, where my company is located, we have $20 drinks. But don't act like you don't know where the $5 happy hour is. So if we're spending $2.05 to take care of our own health after a drink, that adds up. For every $5 spent on that $249 billion, $2 were paid for by the public. That's 40%. 40% that was on us. And cigarette smoking. It's the leading cause of preventable deaths. $25 billion in direct medical costs, okay? And 24% of Americans have at least one disease caused by smoking. These numbers, by the way, are only talking about healthcare. We haven't started to talk about how much it's costing us for technology and telecommunications and all the other fields that are related to dealing with these chronic diseases. All of these numbers are based on America. There's a reason why lifestyle diseases are also called the disease of affluence or Western diseases, because you find them more here. We live more sedentary lifestyles because of our technology and advanced transportation. We consume more dairy products than third world countries. We love our vegetable oils and sugary beverages. Our eating habits are also related to increased rates of colorectal, prostate, endometrial, and lung cancers. So are we alone in the world? Is this only going on here? Well, it was, but not anymore. In low and middle income countries, they were healthier than us. They consumed less meat and fat, less starches, but times have changed ever since about 2008. There's been a significant boom in these lifestyle diseases. I said this before, non-communicable diseases are responsible for 71% of all deaths globally and 85% of premature deaths. People between the ages of 30 to 69. These deaths occur in low and middle income countries. So maybe by now, we're starting to admit to ourselves that we're not as healthy as we'd like to think. We know that we need to eat better. We know that we need to exercise. We know that we need to stop smoking. But how can we? How can we be tasked to be better when those three modifiers are actually our coping mechanisms for living such stressful, exhausting lives? I said this before. I crave healthy food. I love it. I grew up on healthy food. I was raised in an immigrant mother household, and she actually was raised on a farm, so I wasn't allowed to eat junk food. The first time I had Popeyes was in college. But what do I find myself eating now? I don't have a monthly food budget. I can't. I refuse. Because that would mean that I have to face the fact that I probably spend a month's worth of rent money on takeout, which I've been known to order 5 to 6 times a week. We know what we need to do. And you know what? Actually, it's funny because I love cooking. I'm actually really good at it. I've taken cooking classes all around the world. Italy, Morocco, several classes at ICE in New York City. I took one 2 weeks ago in New Orleans. I know how to cook, but I can't be bothered with it. I spend 10 hours a day seated, working. So when I'm done working, I'm too tired to cook. So what do? I pull out my phone, and I remain seated and wait 45 minutes in my chair where I just spent earlier 10 hours waiting for my food to get there. Except now, instead of my laptop, I have, I keep my laptop because, Netflix. But instead of work, now I have a glass of wine in my hand. And in those 45 minutes waiting for that food, you could say, hey, you know what? Why don't you go work out, exercise, be physically active? No, I'm tired. This is my wind down time, or rather my wine down time. And I can't be bothered to work out in the morning because that 1 extra hour of sleep is non-negotiable. And I can't be bothered to work out before I go to bed because, working out releases endorphins, and then I'll be too energetic and I can't fall asleep. So I just don't do it. And I don't smoke cigarettes, but don't get me started on the plethora of other toxic habits that I participate in. We know what we need to do. Be more physically active, eat better, stop smoking. But now I'd like to talk about a fourth modifiable behavior: mental exhaustion. Because I do believe that by addressing mental exhaustion, lifestyle diseases from our daily activities and stressors that can lead to poor choices, if we address mental exhaustion, maybe it'll help influence better choices. Let's think about first what causes our mental exhaustion, okay? Physicians aren't mentally exhausted and burnt out because they're treating and healing people. That's a reward. That makes them invigorated. I'm sure everyone can relate in their field. You love what you do for the things that you went to school for. If you tell a doctor, hey, thanks for spending 12 years in medical school and doing your residency and all that, can you do me a favor and just do all your patient data entry for 3 minutes? Can you do me a favor and fight with medical insurance companies? They don't want to do that. They didn't go to school for that. That's what's causing them to burn out. So what causes professional burnout? Loss of autonomy? Professional purpose? Meaning? We're burnt out by a whole number of redundancies, tedious tasks. Now, what can we do to address that in a professional capacity? I believe in advocacy. Advocate for yourself, your clients, peers, and reignite the passion for your field. Like I said, physicians aren't burnt out from healing people. That gives them energy, drive to keep going. Being, physically tired after a long day and not waiting to jump into bed, that's completely different than actual burnout and mental exhaustion. There was a really great paper written in 2020 about patient advocacy as a full treatment for physician burnout. And I'm just going to name a few of these. I do believe that this chart is translatable into every single field, okay? It improves physician autonomy, improves relationships, introduces diversity, enjoyment, and interest into your normal routine. When you advocate and you make noise for things that are unjust, people start looking at you, and that's a great marketing opportunity. It'll build morale in yourself and within your company. Treat yourself like someone you love, and listen to your own advice. We already know what we need to do. I just told you how to address mental exhaustion. If you already know you need to eat better, then do it. If you already know you need to work out, then do it. If you know that you need to, put down the cigarette, that's very hard, actually, and very personal. And everyone's heard of a million different ways to quit, but you have to find what works for you. But start listening to your own advice. I have a best friend. He'll kill me if he knows that I'm talking about him. In our friend group, there are 6 of us. So my friend literally gives the very best advice. The 5 of us who listen to him are all successful. Well, kind of. We can, we're young, so we can travel anywhere we want to, whenever we want. We can buy, within reason, whatever we want. And even if relationships in the past haven't worked out, we each, the 5 of us, have experienced incredible loves. because we've listened to him and his amazing advice. He never listens to his own. And sure, he's successful. He works for the Army. That's great. And he just bought himself a new house. But he'd kill me if he knew that I told you that I'm pretty sure he's only kissed one person in his life. He is 32 years old. And he talks about it all the time, how he needs to be more social. He talks. But then he goes to the bar and starts texting me that he's sitting at the bar, oh, what podcast should I listen to? What should I be doing? I'm like, how about you put down your phone and actually be social? Listen to your own advice. We know what we need to do, so do it. Now, how do we spread the word that better care is necessary? How do we market better care? I didn't tell a group of strangers that I suffer from depression just because. What I want to share with you is how I manage it. Having a better diet is certainly one of the big factors and facets of how I manage it, okay? I want you guys to think about this. Make natural colors attractive again. Carrots, salmon, berries, apples, leafy greens all provide nutrients and minerals like beta-carotene for your brain. With my depression, of course, I have quite a large routine, but it is a chemical imbalance. There are certainly different foods that have been known to regulate neurotransmitters that are linked to depression. Off the record, chocolate releases serotonin. Physical activity. Manifest your goals. I dare you to open your closet and try on your outfits from high school. See if you can squeeze into your skinny jeans. Or take the plunge and buy that expensive special outfit that you've been eyeing but just doesn't, fit correctly, or you can't really justify it. Just do it. Just do it. Live a little. And make that your goal. You'll get into that outfit eventually. And as I said, smoking. This is very personal. You have to find what works for you. Because, this is much deeper. This is addiction. And you want to know that you fought your own battle. You found what worked for you. Don't give up. Educate yourself, and more importantly, educate the younger generations too. So, dealing with these 3 modifiable lifestyle behaviors, I can't say this enough, but we already know that we're killing ourselves with our actions. We know what we need to do. We might be wealthy in riches and experiences, but if health is our wealth, then we're literally drowning in debt. And like I said, sure, there are $20 drinks here in Las Vegas, but if we, as the public, you and I, are accountable for 40% of the budget that goes forward to treat excessive alcohol consumption and a number of other diseases, I don't want to be a part of it, even if someone else is buying the drink. Thank you very much. Can I take any questions? Yes.
How you doing? My name is Aaron Warwick. First and foremost, amazing presentation.
Thank you.
I'm your best friend. My 30th birthday is Saturday, so I understand about the pressures of wanting to be successful and hit goals and just the expectations we put on ourselves. My question to you is, what are some of the cultural impacts that influence lifestyle diseases that you may have noticed? Just any thoughts on that?
I'm sorry, what was the last thing you said? That we should
Cultural influences on lifestyle diseases.
That's excellent. And thank you for the question. So like I said, I grew up, I'm Filipino. When I was 7 years old, I watched a very, I was 7, this is unfair. I watched a terrible food documentary. Okay, so at 7, I decided to become vegetarian, and my mom let me. And she was raised on a farm, so she, didn't know how to feed me, really, except for salad. So I was lucky. Also, being that she was raised on a farm, I ate a lot of fresh, healthy Filipino food. I wasn't even allowed to have chips in the house. That was blasphemous and sacrilegious. But this is very difficult. We already know that there are a large number of countries, out there whose diets are known to be filled excessively with sugar, right? Which actually, by the way, I just want to interject really quickly. For diet, make natural colors again. I want to mention, since I know a lot of you are in the food industry, we need to find a way to make beet sugars and isomalt more prevalent in foods because it doesn't cause an insulin spike. But I would say that if your home life puts you around a cultural diet that's not necessarily healthy, but you still need to be respectful and eat, after you eat, I would go over to, let's say, my mom and say, oh, hey, this cake was really delicious. I wonder if maybe it would taste, how would the taste be impacted if we used beet sugar? Look for those alternatives. And I'm a very persuasive person, and I do this by allowing people to think that it was their own idea. So I would say, Mom, oh, try this beet sugar. Remember when you used to make me beet juice all the time? I think it would taste really good with this cake, with this leche flan. Or if there's something that's very fatty, find an alternative and use Earth Balance or Smart Balance, something that uses a different type of fat. Gift it to that person. Say, I loved when you made whatever, these cookies, these cakes, whatever. I wonder if the taste would be any different if we used this substitute. Probably not. I probably wouldn't be able to tell because you're such an excellent cook. But just maybe, I wonder if you could show me how to do that. I think, honestly, that education is your best friend when it comes to that. Finding the alternatives, making it flattering. I'm not telling you to give up junk food. I'm telling you to be more mindful of it. Or maybe if you are eating junk food, then, jump on the treadmill. There's always kind of a balance to it. Yeah, thank you for that question. Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Let's move on to our next speaker session, which is titled It's Crazy Out There, Thriving in the VUCA Market. It's become a trendy acronym, the VUCA, short for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. So to elaborate on this subject, we have Anna Singh, the founder and principal at Solera Advisors. Please give him a warm welcome to the stage.
So I am the comic relief of this session, and I must tell you that I'm a failed comedian. I've tried jokes many times, and it all backfires. So I'm going to try it again. All right, clicker. Oh, here we go. Let's hope I know how to use this. So I just click on this, yeah? Okay, perfect. So, but I was flying in this morning from Chicago. I live in Chicago now. I remember that 25 years ago I came to America to study in Arizona, not too far from here, and I landed, and much later they made T-shirts that said 121. That was the day I landed. It was 121 degrees Fahrenheit. And when I was landing, I was wondering, why is it so hot? Do you know why? Because 25 years ago, there was no internet. I couldn't have said, gone to Google and said, what's the weather in Arizona? Okay, that's a joke. See, I'm a failed comedian. Anyway, anybody disagrees with this statement? Any disagreement? Anybody? Perfect. It's crazy out there. So, by the way, before I jump into this, I must admit that you will see things here. This slide deck was put together maybe about 9 months ago. Half of the stuff we put up here, we had no idea was going to happen. So, pandemic, of course we knew that. Climate change, war, we had no idea. Like I said, this was put up 9 months ago. Racism, sexism, terrorism, globalization, isolationism. I don't know if that's a word. Shannon and I debated about that. Nationalism, digitization. By the way, what you will notice here is they're all dichotomies. They contradict each other and they're all happening at the same time. You can read this. Decentralization, disruption and innovation, incredible wealth. I was surprised how people can fly to space these days. We can barely get a ticket on the plane. Abject poverty, rapid economic development, recession, and politics. And all of this is happening all at the same time. Just imagine this. 2 years ago, I was just chatting with this wonderful person from Portland and how COVID turned her life and her business's life over. And it was not too long, in October last year, I was with a client and we were discussing, well, it looks like COVID is slowing down and we get back to normality and things would happen good. And then, Russia walks into Ukraine and now we can't find fertilizers. So we live in this extremely volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous world. Would anybody disagree with that? No. Do you also think, so this is an argument we have a lot within our team and with our clients as well, is do you think today is any less complex than yesterday? We all say the complexity has increased and it's unprecedented. Do you think today the level of complexity is more or less than yesterday, and how has it always been? Anybody? I mean, today is unknown because yesterday we did not know what would happen today. So it's always complex. So complexity is not going to reduce, complexity is not going down, it's only increasing. But we live in this world. And we are in the business of providing certainty. Anybody here who thinks their job is not to provide certainty to their business or their boss or their coworker? You provide certainty to your business by saying, well, I'll find customers and we'll serve the business. So don't you think there's a dichotomy? And it was funny because when I was preparing for this presentation here, I was thinking, I'm going to be in Vegas talking about certainty. I mean, where is the comedy in there? But anyway, so no disagreements, right? So question is then, how do we make decisions in this VUCA world where it's complex and everything gets thrown at us, everything is new, and we have no idea? And what we actually end up doing is we use the same tricks that we used last year and the year before, and 6 years before, and 10 years before, and we expect a different result. So I've now worked around the world. As you can tell, I grew up in India. I came to US to study. I worked in the oil business for 10 years. Then I met my beautiful wife in Houston. And amongst many things, what's important about getting married to the person you love is that her parents are dairy farmers. So I went to see the family in Vermont, and that was the first time I stepped into a cow barn. And I realized that cows give milk on Sundays. And my father-in-law was looking at me saying, what are you thinking about? I'm like, I just realized cows give milk on Sundays and you have to work because you can't shut the tap off. And then I went to Singapore, I worked in Singapore, I worked in New Zealand. What I'm really trying to say is that I worked around the world in many businesses, And most people make decisions by reverting back to their gut, especially in a world that has incessant amounts of data. So status quo won't cut it. So what do we do? And when I say we, I don't mean me and my team and my business, I mean all of us. What we do is we try to find ways to simplify how to make decisions. One thing we learned from the Army is that the Army, they practice a lot, they train a lot, so that when the situation actually happens, they're not thinking, hang on a minute, now what should I do? And by the way, should I do this or should I do that? All that drill is done. So what they have is they have the standard set of things that will kick off once they have identified the situation. So the actual decision is a decision-less execution. So you're not thinking what you are going to do. And in that case, the propensity of error is very low. The problem that we all have is the lack of imagination, and we are unable to imagine failure. So we're not prepared for it. So we try the same thing over and over again. I have a buyer in Germany, and they consume edible oils. Anybody here bought edible oils in the last 2 years? Close. The oil I'm going to talk about is not edible anymore. So any idea what the price of edible oils is today relative to 2 years ago? Wild guess? In multiples, 2 times, 3 times, 6 times. It's 3 times. So palm oil was $400 a ton, it is $13.50 today. This business uses palm oil as their primary ingredient, and they're waiting for the price to come down. They've been waiting for the last 3 years. So what I'm saying is that you end up taking the same technique to apply in a world that, by the way, is changing every day. And if it's unprecedented, well, shouldn't you have unprecedented tricks to try to combat it? It's the worst time to be unsure. Anyway, so we'll jump, and we'll talk about, so what do we do? How do we do this? Screw this you can read it yourself, because this is not where the fun is. The fun starts here. So, news. Anybody knows what news stands for? That's a good one. I'm going to remember that for the next joke. In India, we grew up, and everybody told us north, east, west, south, and many other names. And finally did some digging into this. So news is a 16th century reference for plural for new. So in Britain, when the editor came into the office every morning, he would say, what are all the news? What's new? So what are all the news? One thing we realized in our business is that today, the editor at CNN and all of us find out at the exact same time about what happened. You guys thought about that? Twitter. Anybody on Twitter this morning? Wow. Okay, well, good. So I have something to show you then. Perfect. Thank you so much. So news is getting created instantaneously. There was a bombing that happened in a refinery in Saudi Arabia in, I think, 2-3 years ago. And within minutes of the bombing happened, pictures of that bombing were tweeted, basically making it a non-event. Similarly, I don't know if you recall, there was an Iranian general that was assassinated, and the entire world was up in arms, and within 12 hours that entire thing got diffused. Because Iranians were tweeting how happy they were that their general was dead. So we went from going to a World War III situation 2 years ago to zero World War, world is back to normal in a matter of minutes. That's what the instantaneous news actually does. So question is, how do we use that in our business of food? Narrative. What we have found is everybody talks about sentiment, and between news and sentiment, we found a very big missing link, and that is storytelling and narrative. Sentiment is how we feel if the narrative we rallied with doesn't work or works. That's the sentiment. Narrative is how we as humans have rallied, identified, formed tribes for ages. So we study narratives. How do we study narratives? So this is the mumbo jumbo math that we do, but behind that, I'm going to take you through a little mind experiment here. So just look at this graph, and on the top you see this thing says, lifting travel bans will lift air ticket prices. Right? I mean, travel bans go up, people will try to fly, and the prices of air tickets will go up. And then somewhere here it says lunch is returning to restaurants, and it says reduced food waste and utilize leftovers. And really, the axis that you're seeing is, think about it this way, the higher up the balls are, the more mind share these narratives consume, and the further out on the scale the balls are, the more time humans are spending with this idea. By the way, these ideas we find by looking at words, and we combine the words with the frequency that they occur, where they occur, and form sentences, and then we find how many people are talking and speaking about it. All right? Snapshot 2. So this air ticket thing that was at the top is now at the bottom. Food and, reduced food wastage is lower. Lunch returning to restaurants is higher. And now we have oil prices and precision agriculture. So you have this picture, and you have this picture. Now, do you think they were taken at different times in the last 2 years? Any guess? Yes. And what would that time difference be? It's the same week. One is the weekend, one is the weekday. So which one do you think is the weekday? Is it this the weekday, or is this the weekday? Oopsie, oops. Screw it. What did I do? I screwed up that bad. Okay, so which one do you think is the weekday? Is this the weekday, or is this the weekday? There's one person who knows the answer, so please don't. So the higher the ball is, the more time humans are consuming, or it's consuming more timeshare. Yep. And this is how much time do you spend looking at it. So this is one snapshot, and that's the other. Which one do you think is the weekend? This is the weekend. Somebody said with more balls. So that is true. Number of things. Why is this the weekend? What is the right answer is correct. What's the intuition? Sorry? Correct. Perfect. The other thing is that we talk about air travel in the last 2 years for personal travel. There is no business travel anymore. Very few. Very little. So there's a big commercial, hidden message here as well. What we can also study is, so if this is what's being talked about, how would you spend your marketing budgets? Would you spend your marketing budget marketing, or what narrative would you counter or tackle on the weekend versus the weekday? What's that? Absolutely, 100%. But what I'm saying is that you now can segment it, right? I work in the dairy markets, and was chatting with a gentleman who works in fisheries, and they were talking about plant-based. I would argue 90% of, and I say 90% not because of quantitative, it's just qualitatively, that they don't even know what's the narrative on the other side. How will you counter it if you don't know what the narrative is? So you have to recognize the narrative so you can market to it. He was telling me that in some fisheries conference, anybody who was selling fish, plant-based fish alternatives was not allowed to the conference. Like, that's a fantastic way to compete. You have no idea what the competition is doing, how you're going to compete with them. So we are in the listening business. What you're seeing here now, that is the number of balls and all of that compared in the same scale. That's the weekend, that's the week. There's a lot more marketing being thrown at consumers during the weekday. I don't know why marketing is segmented, because the consumer has more time to consume the information. So you spend money on the right-hand side time, and you're competing with so much more than what you could. Of course, depending on your product, depending on the target audience, depending on many things. But this complex world with all the internet and all the gadgets actually has created a shit ton of opportunity to use your money wisely. And by the way, most of this stuff is not expensive. It sounds expensive, but it's not expensive. So we are in the listening business. That's all I had to say. Any questions? Perfect. Lovely. Thank you so much. Enjoy your stay, and go find some certainty outside.
Thank you so much for that presentation. And with that, it is time for a tea break. I'll see you all back after some light refreshments and tea.
Fine. I'll believe you. He was thinking of the artist. He was thinking
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you have been having an amazing time here, learning a lot and getting to know our experts from all over the world. And of course, I hope that you have loved the food here too. Now let's quickly begin our post-tea speaker session, which is titled Think Smarter, Not Harder. Can we outthink mental health with AI-based predictive analytics? Can machines help humans to unlock the best version of themselves? This speaker ponders this question and talks all about how AI-powered predictive analytics tools can be deployed to positively impact the mental well-being of millions around the world. We have Aaron Warwick, the CEO and co-founder of Raju Inc. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage. Welcome, Aaron.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the introduction. Before I begin, I would like to say I know we're at our final stages in the conference, so I would try to be as quick as possible and engaging, but I will need your support, okay? First and foremost, thank you Health 2.0 and Food 2.0 for the introduction and inviting me here. It's an honor and a pleasure. My name is Aaron Warwick. I am the co-founder and CEO of Raju. I am a Philadelphia native, a mental health and STEM advocate, and I am here today to speak on AI-based predictive analytics. One second, my apologies. Clicker. Thank you. So just a little bit about my background. My background is in computer science and electrical engineering. I worked as a control system engineer for over 9 years. And currently, right now, I have pursued an interest in mental health and well-being. Because first and foremost, this is a big issue in regards to underserved populations and low-resource communities. Also, personally, I have friends, family members, close relatives who have demonstrated mental health issues. And this provides passion and purpose in the work that I do. Think smarter, not harder. Can we outsmart mental health with AI-based predictive analytics? This is the question I pose to you today. So by a show of hands, how many people have utilized Uber Eats to order food, Grubhub, DoorDash? Okay, perfect. So every day I receive a notification on my phone at 1 p.m. to order from my favorite Caribbean restaurant spot, Jam Dung in Washington, D.C. It's great. I love the food. If you're ever in D.C., please try it out. So I asked myself one day, how the heck does Uber Eats know what I want to eat at the precise time? And they noticed through trends and learning behavior. And what they learned is that, first and foremost, I'm fat and I'm greedy and I need to slow down on my ordering out. But more so, they realized that this is predictive analytics and this is consumer data that we can utilize to bolster our product. So what is AI-based predictive analytics? It's the use of statistical algorithms, modeling, machine learning techniques, and predictive analytics to determine the future based on current and historical trends and data. All right, so now it's time for a cash giveaway. See, I knew that would get everyone's attention. All right, so I have $40, if I can find it. If anyone can guess what this is on the next screen, just shout it out. No. A turtle, absolutely not, but close. Any other guesses? A box turtle, I like that, but no. Any other guesses? You know what? That's not it, but I love that. So the point here is not about the giveaway or the money. The point here is I've done this activity several times, and through trends, data, and learning behavior of the audience, I was able to determine the outcome of what would happen. Everyone put their phones down and draw their attention to the stage. This is how AI-based predictive analytics work. Because I liked your answer and no one else got it, I'll give you the $40 afterwards. All right, perfect. Here's Jasmine. Jasmine is a senior executive at an engineering firm, a Ivy League graduate, star performer, always meets her deadlines, always is on time to work. Although Jasmine shined at her workplace, she suffered severely and her light was dimmed back at home due to the impacts of work stress. Like many of us, Jasmine continued to figure out what was wrong, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. She thought to herself, what was these issues and why was I feeling like this? Although she felt this way, Jasmine continued to show up to work and struggle to meet deadlines. Like many of us, we are financially and fiscally rewarded to work harder. Not work smarter, not work more efficiently, but just do more work. So as Jasmine continued to struggle to work, meet deadlines, make it to meetings, her productivity was severely impacted. She started going to meetings late. She was tardy to work. She missed deadlines until ultimately Jasmine stopped showing up. So one of Jasmine's colleagues received a phone call. It was a very disturbing phone call, and what she found out was that Jasmine passed away. Jasmine had committed suicide. Now, if higher-ups were ahead of this, maybe Jasmine will be here today. 17.8 million Americans suffer from depressive disorder, stress, and anxiety. Life expectancy for women and men, respectively, is 7 and 18 years shorter than women and men without depressive disorders. Job stress is estimated to cost the U.S. economy more than $300 billion in losses due to absenteeism, injuries and accidents, production loss, and operation impairment. Work-stressed employees are 41% less productive, 31% less engaged, and 15% are already out the door looking for another job. They turned in their resignation letter and not looking back. So I ask you, if we can get ahead of the work stress impacts of mental health, then maybe we can positively influence the health and well-being of employees and individuals and also promote corporate growth. And with AI-based predictive analytics, we can, and here's how. Reju is leading the charge in AI-based predictive analytics by capturing useful data regarding the state of mental health to better measure, determine, and improve well-being outcomes. Reju is a holistic wellness and mental health application that serves as a personal guide to mental, physical, and emotional success. We encourage our users to live their best lives by equipping them with bite-sized pieces of wisdom, guidance, and inspiration. Reju provides peer-to-peer therapy sessions, bridging the gap between end users and licensed practitioners worldwide, with the ability to chat one-on-one with wellness experts or schedule one-on-one video therapy sessions with therapists, all powered by AI technology and machine learning techniques. We do this by collecting specific inputs, such as key performance indicators, data,
metrics, wellness assessments, and looking at user behavior and learning behaviors. We aggregate this information, and we provide it in the form of outputs, such as relevant and resourceful wellness solutions. These solutions may include suggested practitioners, therapy sessions, timely in-app notifications, progress reports, and other resourceful and relevant content and publications and wellness tips for our users. What are the benefits? Developing wellness programs that support the mental health in the workplace of individuals should be a priority to senior leaders, executives, managers, supervisors, and HR professionals. AI-based predictive analytics can save organizations $3 to $4 million in annual costs and losses due to accidents, absenteeism, impaired operations, and production loss. It can reduce employee turnover, reduce direct medical costs, legal costs, and insurance costs, reduce the risk of chronic health diseases such as cardiovascular disease, respiratory disorders, diabetes, and much more. So I asked a question, and by show of hands, just raise your hand. Raise your hand if you know some type of celebrity, influencer, or popular figure who have demonstrated mental health or wellness issues. By show of hand. Great. Keep your hands up. Now raise your hand if you know a friend or family matter, or close relative who has demonstrated mental health issues. And keep your hands up. Thank you. Raise your hand if yourself have demonstrated any mental health or wellness issues. Now look around the room. Mental health does not discriminate based on creed, culture, ethnic background, economic status, political affiliation, so on and so forth. With AI-based predictive analytics, I believe we can get ahead of mental health and think smarter, not harder, and hopefully your story does not have to be Jasmine's story. My name is Aaron Warwick. Thanks again. Everyone have a good day. I'm not sure if I have time, but is there any questions or comments from the audience?
You could take your time. I'll yell if I have to.
So I just downloaded your app, and I spoke up there. I've been very raw on mine. I have bipolar II disorder and all this. With that, is this just for businesses, or would you say this is for people like me who can actually turn around and connect with a therapist, and how would I be able to use this to better my employees, such as someone like this guy right here who drives me nuts?
Great question, and thank you for that. So Reju provides two models. We cater to our B2C and B2B model, providing wellness resources to consumers individually and also to larger organizations. We did validate and test the product in a variety of industries such as workforce and professional development, education, post-secondary education, and health and Medicare. The difference is that we look at and work closely with organizations to say, hey, what are your needs? You know, where are you lacking? Is there any production impairment? You know, what are the challenges of your employees, and how can we go in, collect this data, work closely with them, and provide wellness resources to them to ultimately improve not only overhead costs, but also reduce any, impaired operations or production loss. And also, we do provide this on a B2C level. You can subscribe as an individual user and use it, you know, by yourself, you know, if you wanted to. Thank you. Yes. Great question. So that's a hot topic. At the current moment, we make sure that our application is HIPAA compliant, of course, but we lead with honesty and integrity. Our goal here is to make sure that our consumers know that we're transparent about how we're utilizing the data and what it's utilized for, and you know, how is it acquired, how is the data communicated and sent to the cloud, and making sure that our corporate governance policies and procedures all align with HIPAA compliance. Now, that's a challenging task, and we work every day with our team who work in cybersecurity and HIPAA compliance to make sure that we follow these standards. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
So first of all, thank you. Mental health is a serious problem for me. It's a problem for my child. It's a problem for my wife. It depression runs deep in our family. I just want to say thank you for spending any time on that. It's something that people were not worried about before, that they have that. We're really a small company. We don't have a whole lot of capital to spend on something like that. I know two of my employees are ex-military, and I know that they have tons of problems and they don't want to talk to anyone, so having an app like this would be great. I just don't know if we can do it cost effectively, so I'm just curious about how that would work.
Great question. One thing we love to pride ourselves on is providing a affordable, one-stop shop, all-encompassing wellness platform. With that being said, we want to have a low barrier of entry to anyone utilizing these services. Also, we work specifically with organizations to tailor our custom package or resources to them, so no one feels like they're ostracized or this isn't something that I can afford or maybe it's not for me. So we make this a specific experience for the user or the organization. Last question.
You decided that? I might ask two now. What have you seen with, this is for employers and for people that want to do this, what have you seen with the youth? Because the youth are seeing the highest rates of suicide rate in middle school and high schools than ever before. How can your app start to be used to connect with schools and other generations, or is that not something on your timeline?
Great question. To take a step back, we actually did a pilot program with a nonprofit organization that works specifically with youth and professional and workplace development. And one thing that they stated was that mental health and the impacts of health inequities in their community have impacted their performance in this organization or at work or their internship. So we worked closely with them, and we did realize these findings that suicide, stress, anxiety regarding taking tests, these things were a high factor in their performance. So we looked at some of the metrics and KPIs with the organization saying, what are your goals with them and how can we find wellness resources and work specifically with them to aid that? Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron, for that presentation. Now we come to the last speaker session of the Food 2.0 conference, which is on the topic Implementing Sustainable Development Goals, Addressing Food Security, Nutrition, and Sustainable Agriculture. This session will be helmed by our silver sponsor, Thomas Smitherman, who is the CEO and Chief Greens Officer of Hammock Greens. Welcome, Thomas, to the stage.
Thank you. I want to start, I didn't introduce myself well enough and I was critiqued on that. My name is Thomas Smitherman. I'm founder and owner of Hammock Greens, which is a hydroponic vertical farming operation, and we do that inside shipping containers. It's my history and background. I was born in Indiana into an agriculture family, large agribusiness, both sides of my family, livestock as well as crops. The father's side is sold off. My mother's side of the family is still farming the same land inside the family. My cousin farms it, and it's been in place for 150 years. Pretty big legacy, and I'm very proud to speak about that. I moved into restaurants. I'm a graduate of Culinary Institute of America in Poughkeepsie, New York, Hyde Park. I then worked for some of the greatest chefs ever, Jean-Louis Paladin, Daniel Ballou, and David Boulay. I stayed in restaurants for a little while. I was a general manager and opener of the Capitol Grill in Washington, D.C. at 6th and Penn, and then also the opening general manager in Brickell, Miami. That kept me in Miami. And from there, I was an outpost where I went into the wine and spirits industry, and I worked for many different wine suppliers, starting with Coppola, and then finishing with Willie Kenzie. Then, in 2017, we started the Hammock Greens with one container farm, and over the course until now, we went from 1 to 10, and this month we'll be landing our 11th one. So, a little background. I did want to read this description of, I felt this to be a daunting speech. Implementing sustainable developmental goals, addressing food security, nutrition, and sustainable agriculture. And then the description. Highlighting the universal call from the United Nations to eliminate poverty, protect the earth for the next generation, ensure peace and prosperity for all, the speaker will elaborate on the relevance of the food industry and the complex network of farmers, businesses, distributors, and facilities facilitating the implementation of sustainable development goals. That's a lot of responsibility for this speech. Yeah, it's a little rough, guys. If you look up sustainability, it really just means to be able to carry on. And the sustainable, the word has now hit a cultural level where sustainable or sustainability just kind of rolls off the tongue. But when you start thinking about how that implements everything, when we speak to food, it isn't that easy. And prior to being a producer in the wine world, the sustainable agriculture or sustainable works was really about how to kind of continue to grow the grapes in a healthy, organic way. And I don't mean organic like certified organic. I just mean without pesticides, without herbicides. It's very challenging. Now, I kind of take that a little bit, about 3 or 4 different directions. The first one is the word sustainable and how we utilize it is, we try to do it in-house first. And whatever that is, whether it's something as small as doing the seeding and the planting ourselves, to doing the marketing ourselves. Can we do the social media ourselves? Sometimes we're farming it out. Sometimes we're contracting somebody else, but trying to do it within first. Again, trying to sustain. The second part of that is the easiest way that we start working this in simple goals is the quickest path is to the waste that you produce. Well, then you need to be paying a lot of attention to your procurement and what you bring in. Are your vendors sustainable? Is how they package it and bring it to you sustainable? How are you starting off to how you finish? Because the waste that you produce is in key relation and correlation to what you bring in. If we're able to kind of maintain that, and this goes across agriculture as a whole, if we're able to kind of maintain those practices, that starts the path for sustainability. And that's not as easy as that can sound. It's a very difficult practice to maintain because the other producers or your other vendors provide challenges with that. Let's go into the sustainability of conventional agriculture. I spoke earlier about the first parts of this is water, managing the climate. Water, solar, and the land. If you're not right now, the hardest one to maintain, and I mean it is difficult, is water. The reserve, the dam that has reserved up to provide the Colorado River with water to access all the way to Yuma, Arizona, is currently down over the last 24 months, 150 feet. If you let that sink in for a minute, for a body of water to be that big and to be down 150 feet before any other taxes on it being brought out of the water, that's tremendous, tremendous. And where is that going to be? The sustainability of water as our climate is changing, and I don't care what side of the political aisle you're on, I don't care about your beliefs, the science is there to say that the climate is changing. It's warmer, oceans are rising, caps are melting. Whether you believe that is man-made through carbon emissions and methane, or whether you believe that it is the cycle of Earth. The Gardens of Babylon are now a desert. If you look at how the climate has shifted, it has raised itself from where California and the Central Coast was this lush green farmland, that's now moved north. My good friend from Oregon now, he's now where the better crops are being grown. We were having a conversation earlier about how Colorado has a tremendous drought right now, and the water is in shortage. The water is a sustainable product that we have to be manicuring and maintaining as shepherds to continue to move forward. So as we go through the path of thinking what can be better for us in the sustainable agriculture, water is the number one. Through technology, we're able to start harnessing that more and more and more. Using return reservoirs as opposed to the conventional farming, and I say that in controlled environment, whether that be in container farming, whether that be in a building, whether that be in a greenhouse, you're able to recycle the water and utilize it is a tremendous advantage. And I can't state that enough. I can't give you the exact metric, but it is a ridiculous amount of water that goes into a loaf of bread. It is something like 40,000 gallons. Because how much wheat it takes to make bread, how much water it takes to grow the wheat. It is a ridiculous amount, and we just take it for granted. It's something that has to be thought of and moved forward through technology to be able to make that more of a sustainable practice. The other piece that I really wanted to kind of put relevance to that's often not thought about in agriculture is packaging. Yes, we're able to kind of grow things bigger, better, stronger, faster, but then how does it go to market? And what does that look like? I grow lettuce. Let me roll that back. My number one crop that I grow is leafy greens. I grow other things, but the desired packaging today is in plastic. Now, whether that plastic's a bag, a clamshell, that's the desired, and that has been driven in two different sources, but mostly by the consumer. Do we really cook? Or are we looking for the grab the bag of already ready, throw it on the plate? Those are pieces that the consumer's driving for us, but also we're driving to get it through food safety as well. That's part of the thought process behind that. There are alternatives to plastic. You can buy plant-based plastic items. They are not plastic as we know them to be out of petroleum, but plant-based items that you can use as a clamshell that are biodegradable. Those are the steps that need to be taken to continue to move packaging forward in as a sustainable goal. This is not a way far out in the future. This has been going on for quite a while. People that, or the industry that commands sustainable, biodegradable packaging is the cruise line industry, because they have to be able to dispose of it easily and readily. If that's the case, why isn't that consumer base broad? Well, we're talking about pennies. Pennies to make the bag different, pennies to make the packaging different, but those pennies add up. The one other component with sustainability that really came to light from COVID was the fact of food security. When the United Nations speaks of the poverty-stricken and how to feed them, there's also a factor of food security. Once the war broke out between Ukraine and Russia, the idea that Russia controlled the wheat commodity and that was going to impact worldwide how that sustainability practice was going to be, there already is a lot of anxiety about how that's going to move forward. These are the small steps to sustainability that become giant ones when it's brought to the attention through an activation such as war. And those steps are the pieces that can really drive the sustainable goals that we need. We currently move, and this is something that you can activate inside your political realms. We can activate those who are in office to move towards the right decisions of how subsidies are provided in the agricultural industry. USDA is a political platform that can be moved. Where should it be moved? Should it be moved to the big ag? Sure, absolutely. Should it be moved to solar innovation? Yes. Those are the steps that can be taken, and whether that's done through tax initiatives, whether that's done through subsidies, the idea that a farmer could be subsidized to not plant, and yet we purchase from abroad, is that the right direction? Sustainability, I go back to the original piece where I said, it needs to start from here and within. And that's how sustainability starts. Then the practices that can go and the goals that can be measured are just that. If you're able to see a reduction of carbon emissions because plastic's not going into the ozone, sure. Are you able to see a reduction in costs and effectiveness through proper management of where our crops are grown or purchased the commodities from? Absolutely. Sustainability are small goals that can take large steps, and you need to pay attention to it because it's one planet. Before I sign off, any questions? Oh, we got one in the back.
What do you think of Bill Gates buying up the farmland in the U.S.?
I will be interested to see if his initiatives are forthright. To my understanding, his purchasing of buying up the farmlands isn't for developmental practices, but it's to be able to direct funds towards wholesome practices. That's
I
yet to
don't
be seen.
believe him.
I'm sorry?
I'm very suspicious of why he's buying it up, and I think once you control the food, you control the people. So if you don't do what I say, I'm not going to give you food. Then where are you? Dead?
No, I agree with you. So I'm a big in-house cynic.
Yeah.
And we're at a point to question him, but I don't think we're at a point to throw the accusation. But you're more right than ever.
Well, he's into technology. Why would he go into farming?
To my understanding, and I mean this wholeheartedly, to my understanding, he's going into farming to, I wouldn't say eradicate, but to affect to affect the poor who aren't eating, who don't have nutrition.
I'm very suspicious. I
agree.
don't trust him.
Just like those who control the energy and those who control the food, that's a big number.
Well, that's how China killed 60 million of their people, by starving them to death. I think it was around 1985.
It's how
Population control.
Yes, it is how those who control the governments that control their population manipulate it through food, and people don't really realize that.
No, I do.
Thank you.
Sure. My new best friend, Brandon.
I guess I'm a talker. You're my best friend, too. With all of this going on, it's interesting to see how people can get involved. How can this conference be able to extend, other than the investment like we just saw, what are other ways people can get involved to participate in getting better foods out there by being just individuals like we are here? And then I have a second question after that.
Well, when you say getting better foods out there, the better, everybody would like to say it's through nutritional education. Does anybody, even those, I have the experience now to be in economically deprived areas, and it's not an education, it's a generational issue for those people, and it is just like the speaker before me spoke to how mental health does not have prejudice to black, brown, economic, racial. It doesn't. Neither does poverty. It crosses the spectrum. The people who are poor rely on packaged and processed goods, and that's now handed down generationally. It's a long road. First, it has to be accessible, and second, it has to be affordable. It currently is not. There is no Whole Foods diet in the corner store, but that is my ambition to try and make that happen. As far as how can Food 2.0 make that step forward with it, those who have must share. And I think that's about the easiest way to put it. If you have the knowledge, you need to share the knowledge. If you have the food, you need to share the food. If you have the resources to implement, you need to. But I think that's about the easiest way I can put that.
My last question of this whole conference is just for you. When will you guys start selling hammocks so we can actually have hammocks with you guys?
I don't think my partner has been wanting to do that for a while now. We'll work on that. The story behind the name is when I was trying to go through the process of developing the brand and developing the logo. I had just finished out a position with a winery in Oregon. And between that and a couple other opportunities, I had just enough money not to be chasing the check, not to be chasing the mortgage. And it was in October, which is not a fun time to look for a job, nor did I want to go look for a job. I was listening to NPR in the hammock in my backyard in Florida, and for those of you who will remember, oh crap, Joe, what's the name of the guy? The writer, the developer of All in the Family. No, not Rob Reiner. No. He did who? He spoke about how he developed Happy Days, he developed Jefferson's, he developed All in the Family, and he said people know they don't understand that there are two things: beginnings and ends. And every once in a while, between the end and the next beginning, there's a middle. Every once in a while, when you have that middle, sit in the hammock and enjoy it. And when I went to go develop the logo, I'm giving the artist sense. I said I wanted to have sense of place. I wanted to be able to relate, and I really didn't have a name for the company, but the logo has to have a name. And I said, in my head, I said, I really just wish I could sit in the hammock and run it from the hammock. And that's where it came from, the hammock greens. Norman Lear, thank you, Norman Lear. So it was a long story, but hammock greens was developed because when I was trying to figure out how to do this, I was literally in the hammock figuring it out. But my partner wants to do that too. Great. Listen, I appreciate the attention. I think the Food 2.0 conference has been fantastic. I think we will never see, and I also thought it was ran very well. I don't think we'll ever see it as small and as intimate to be able to reach across the table and say hello like we are now. I think it's going to grow to be amazing, and to be part of it when it's small is pretty cool. So thank you very much, and thanks to the audience.
Thank you, Thomas. And ladies and gentlemen, all good things must come to an end. Now it's time to draw the curtains on the Las Vegas 2022 edition of the Food 2.0 conference. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsor, Hammock Greens, the fantastic exhibitors, and of course our delegates who have participated in our event. We hope that you were able to forge alliances with your peers and get some valuable takeaways from our sessions. It has been an honor to be your MC for this week's conference, and I hope to see you guys next time. Have a great evening. Thank you for being here.